Greetings, everyone. Hope all of you are having an absolutely fantastic day. Hope you've had a great Friday. I cannot complain, and I'm certainly very, very excited to be getting back into some dark heresy with all of you. What's going on, happy people? I had the day off work, but unfortunately I had to handle a bunch of things I didn't really want to have to do, but it is what it is. It is what it is. Niska, what's going on? What up, Top Boss? How are you, man? How are you all doing? For those of you who have played through the beta, apparently Owlcat dropped a survey today to get your thoughts and your feedback. I'll probably have a video coming out about that tomorrow, giving you all my thoughts on some of the answers. So definitely make sure you fill that out and make your voice heard about what you would like to see in the game when it fully releases. What's up, Wine Guide? I feel very good about the beta. I'm a big fan of this game for sure. I think Investigations is the best management system Owlcat has ever done, bar none. I think it's way better than the Crusade management, colonization, or kingdom management. And so that makes me really, really excited for what this full experience is going to be like. In the last episode, we finally made it to the palace. So we're in a completely brand new area that was not available in the alpha. And we are trying to discover why and how this team of battle sisters was completely wiped out. And we're trying to figure out who could possibly accomplish something like this. And we haven't gotten very far in the investigation, so there should be plenty to discover in this episode. Unfortunately, may not be much in the way of combat, but I'll see what I can do for you all. Hunter, what's going on? What up, Alchemist? How are you, man? This is the only reason why I'm tempted to play this game. Yeah, it's done really well, dude. Really, really well. I like a DLC that give us a Death Watch Marine. Did you see that the Chaos Gate game is coming out that'll allow you to have Death Watch units? We're talking about DLC. Yeah, first they got to get the game out. For all we know, we might have a Death Watch companion, although it's much more likely we would have a battle sister. All right, Acolyte, what brings you here? The Lord Calixtus hands the data slate to a servant and focuses attention on your conversation. Can I offer you assistance with anything as an agent of the Golden Throne? Are you trying to secure favor or establish a partnership? Either way, it is very sensible of you and may well prove useful to us. For a moment, the corners of the governor's mouth seemed to twitch as though hinting at a smile. Let us imagine a hypothetical situation, one involving a certain nobleman who has received information that some of his political allies are secretly harboring psychers among their families. We all have a propensity to forgive our kith and kin things that we would never forgive others, do we not? The cunning gaze of Lord Hax glides over your face. In this hypothetical situation, the question is as follows. In the eyes of the Inquisition, would this be heresy that demands punishment, or merely a reproachable yet forgivable softness of heart? I suppose one might turn a blind eye to such a delicate situation, assuming these Noah houses satisfy the Inquisition's judgment in all other matters. Such an answer was to be expected. Naturally, were this matter not hypothetical, we would never heed such counsel. Nevertheless, your view offers a pleasant contrast to the more customary judgments expressed under such circumstances. You have our thanks. I need information regarding the case. In the name of the God Emperor, we are prepared to provide the Holy Inquisition and its agents with the information necessary for the investigation, to the extent that it is sufficient for accomplishing the task at hand, of course. Could be worse, it could be a Drukari. No problem, Wine Guy. Take care, dude. I hope you have a good night. Why did you decide to perform the Invocatum Sanctus in your palace despite reports of a potential assassination attempt? Attempts on our life are a common reality of our existence. At the same time, such an event was supposed to demonstrate to the greatest powers of Scintilla the unity and resilience of the planet in the face of the misfortunes that have befallen it. And that is not to mention that we prefer to keep our ill-wishers close. Now, thanks to this, you will be able to track down and overpower the conspirators. A fortunate coincidence, is it not? Larthier lets out a bitter chuckle. His words remind me of my kin from the depths of the webway, doomed to a fate worse than death from the day they are born. Fearlessly, they circle each other in a perpetual dance of rivalry and enmity, finding in this paranoid saltation a solace for their own ambitions and pride. Who do you think killed the Canoness? Governor Hack shakes his head in disappointment. It is simplistic and unwise to pose such a question to the ruler of the sector and of this entire world. If we were certain or prepared to take on the responsibility of judging, we would not require your services. However, you are compelled to consider all options, are you not? For a few moments, the Lord Calixtus falls silent. He pensively flexes his wrist, to which an ornate injector has been strapped. Our answer is, we simply do not know. The Canoness has many enemies, sometimes even our own subjects counted among their number. There is archaeotech within the palace walls, filters of some kind or something similar. Do you know anything about this? Our concerns reach well past the confines of this building, and we cannot be expected to know such trivial minutiae. Perhaps the records of the ancient engineers who once raised these spires might aid you. They are kept under the watch of the Adeptus Mechanicus, who maintains the systems of the Lucid Palace. Search their domain if you wish. It lies not far from the chapel. I found a compass bearing Road Trader Troider's coat of arms on the Canoness's body. How do you suppose it came to be there? The Lord Captain willingly handed that device over to the esteemed Canoness. We bore witness to it ourselves. Everything transpired voluntarily, albeit punctuated by a few sharp observations from Aspis Troida regarding the esteemed Marcella's fervor. Enough about this. We shall await further inquiries. How else can we help you with your investigation? I must go. Try not to delay the decision too long, Acolyte. Our guests are not accustomed to wasting their time. I don't care what your guests are accustomed to. They are going to wait until I'm damn well ready. Whoa, I already spoke with her. Whoa, wait a minute. I swear I already chatted with her. 21, 22. I swear I chatted with her and picked her up already. Yeah, wait. Where was this from? Yeah, 103. That's weird. That's weird. I swear I already spoke with her and recruited her. Interesting. Yeah, we definitely did this. We definitely did this before. It sounds it is a feeling you want from me. We definitely had this conversation. Yes. And then I got rid of you and added you on instead, and then I leveled you up. I remember all this. Why is this not here? Okay. Definitely want a commanding voice still. And then what was the only thing I got? The next positive. Let's see. Oh yeah, Frontier. This is what I got. Upgrade. We made it for all allies within her influence. Yeah. And then we took dual wielding. And then modification. I got the Shame, right? Yep. And then what did we give for this? Applied negative effects as well. I feel like we got all enemies within their influence suffer -2 morale. That's very possible. What's up, Bruce? Yeah, I did this. I don't know why I don't have a save that reflects that, but okay. Next ability grants a positive effect. What a plan. How are you, dude? Yeah, we'll take that. Well, at least it's easy for me to get all this stuff back up and running. Yeah, we'll take Lord Xenos. Ability, I think I either took take aim or break their ranks. Let's say, since I'm going to be right up front, we'll take break a rank. So, oh, you're still playing this Gia too? Nice. Hope you continue to enjoy it, dude. Stigma, keep it up. What do we do? Battle the Thrill. Target allies, damage. That sounds probably like something that I took. Defense, hold fast, vigilant, move. Yeah, we'll just go with battlefield guidance. Cool. And then definitely want to shame you. Battlefield guidance, we'll definitely take that. What's this? Gain 8% hit chance. Sure. Okay. Anything that we care about the scaling? Sure. Okay. Working on my Arbites Road Trader. Arbites is so much fun, man. You're gonna have a great time with it. Arbites is a lot of fun. That's right. She can use Aldari weapons. I noted that last time. Okay, and then she has no armor. That makes sense. Ring key. I mean, I think I gave this to my main character actually, but nope, he already has enough. So you'll just go ahead and take it. You don't use shockwave. I could go with. Oh, that's the other thing I looked at. I could keep double pistols on me, right? Pistol, and do that pistol as well. That makes sense. Then we can switch off based on the situation. And then for you, additional damage to the target's armor. Sure, we could take this even though it doesn't do anything. Oh wait, no, we can't leave that. She's not wearing light armor. That doesn't help her. She might as well take that. Sure. She might as well take that. Nobody else is using it. And that's it. Okay, cool. What up, Hermit? What's your opinion on the final battle in this area? Anything you approve or change? I think it's way overtuned. I don't think the final battle in this area is properly set up at all. But I think it has the potential to be amazing. So I'm looking forward to seeing what changes they do with it. Okay, so I've got my people now. Let's see, Astropath. The choir master of Scintilla's astropathic choir raises his head as you approach. Zhao bears little resemblance to the stereotypical astropath. His tall, broad-shouldered frame lacks the sickliness and frailty so often found in such sorcerers. Nevertheless, the heavy burden of the Psycho's curse has still left its mark on this enormous man. Tight knots of swollen, purplish-blue veins pulse beneath his pale skin. His vacant eye sockets are covered with an embroidered band. Acolyte Slandered, grant me a moment of your time. Zhao turns in your direction as if examining you. Intriguing. Anton Zerb was correct. You do bear the gleam. Anton Zerb? The Lord Inquisitor spoke to you about me? It is true, Slandered. His message reached my sanctum several weeks ago. He asked me to take a look at the Acolyte who would arrive to safeguard the Invocatum Sanctus. What up, Sam? Yeah, we'll see. Hopefully it holds up. It held up well yesterday. We'll see if that continues, but it's good to be back. Appreciate you stopping through. What gleam? It is the name for a particular kind of warp trace, invisible to the mundane eye, yet perceptible to any psyker in its proximity. To me, your gleam shines as brightly as the thing I believe left it. I am somewhat perplexed. What is happening? The astropath lets out a slightly apologetic chuckle. Forgive this aura of mystery and intrigue. Anton Zerb is one who prefers to move without fanfare and to keep those who interest him uninformed. The Bastion Serpentis and I are bound by ancient vows. I am an ally of the Tiratine Cabal, and in these dark times, I wish to be an ally to you as well, Acolyte Slandered. What up, Excelsior? How are you, man? Zhao turns his face towards Lethir as if seeing him clearly. Your choice of company is questionable, Acolyte, but now's not the time to discuss it publicly. I am certain your associate desires no quarrel and will offer no cause for one. Your gift is exceptional. I knew a potent sorcerer resided in this place, yet I am still surprised you were able to pierce my shroud. So Anton Zerb told you what happened to me? In broad terms, the core of his message was that you had been touched by the tyrant star, or rather, by the rays of its visible manifestation, the spectral sun. How did Inquisitor Zerb know I bore some kind of special mark? Zhao gives a low chuckle and observed is a formidable sanctioned psyker. He does not care to advertise this fact, but believe me, he had no difficulty discerning the trace of the spectral sun upon you. Several months ago, I was on an assignment in the Iocanta system. There, I witnessed the rise of the Tyrant Star and was bathed in its light. Astropath Zhao nods. I understand. I know of Iocanthos' fate. The echo of its agony reached even Scintilla, so it was there that you received the gleam. The psyker turns his head again slightly, as if appraising you anew. This phenomenon, this trace, has been observed on those who survived the rising of the spectral sun. In some cases it faded, in others it remained until the victim's soul was consumed by the madness induced by the Tyrant Star, or into an untimely death released them. I am certain you are aware of the torment suffered by those exposed to the spectral sun. But do you know that those who do not perish immediately later spoke of strange visions, of messages sent to them by the cursed star? You feel the hairs on your neck stand on end. Even though Zhao has no eyes, the focused attention of the psyker is as piercing as any direct gaze. I had a vision too. I saw a strange place and a figure bathed in light, which spoke to those it compelled to listen. Zhao draws a slow, considered breath, pondering your words. I am relieved to know that you have kept your reason after the Tyrant Star pierced your mind. To be marked by the gleam is a heavy burden. The fact that you have not yet fallen victim to madness, mutation, or fate worse still attests that the God Emperor's providence watches over you. Perhaps in the eternal struggles of the Tyratine Cabal against the encroaching spectral sun, a special role is reserved for you. You mention others who were marked by the gleam. The manifestations of the spectral sun does not always lead to instant death. Sometimes worlds that are visited by the Tyrant Star survive. Those who endured the wave of madness, riots, mutations, and psychic awakenings that follows his passing live long enough to tell the agents of the Golden Throne what they saw, or thought they saw. What do you know of the Tyrant Star? Less than your masters. Ask them. It is enough for me to know that the spectral sun has appeared more frequently in the Callistic sector ever since the coming of the Noctis Alterna, the strange gloom that has dimmed his light. The warp across the entire sector has been mortally perilous for astropaths, and the flares of agony caused by the Tyrant Star's manifestation instill monstrous terror and awe in my subordinates. However, the devastation of Scintilla's astropathic choir is but one of many calamities the warp has visited upon us in recent months. Zhao turns away. The choir is incapable of sending a single message. Travel between the stars has ceased. Other worlds of Calixis are silent. At times, it seems to me that those who manage to reach the sector's capital world are all who have survived the darkness of the Noctis Alterna. I must return to my duties. Of course, I have detained you long enough. Zhao falls silent for a moment. Should the gleam manifest and the Tyratine Cabal require aid to decipher the visions, please inform me. I have long kept my mind closed to the warp, for it is now mortal peril. But if the fate of Scintilla hangs in the balance, then the life of one psyker is a negligible price to pay. Now then, how may I be of service to an agent of the Golden Throne investigating the demise of so holy a canoness? What up, Side? How are you? Ventures are going great as always. So, earlier, the Lord Captain warned us, hey, if any, you can, share a little bit of information, but be careful about telling people that you're seeing illusions or reflections. Because he's like, if they bring you up as a heretic for that, even I won't be able to protect you. And usually Owlcat puts in some sort of like secret ending into their games, right? And I wonder if part of that secret ending is going to entail how guarded you were about what's actually happening to you. Because there's been multiple times where we could hold back the truth when we were amongst a crowd of people, but then when we get in private conference with the Lord Inquisitor, he compels us to tell everything. We'll see. Figure I want to snack off thinking soup of some kind. What kind of soup, Saab? I wish to learn more about Scintilla's chief astropath. Zhao considers your request. I am but a humble servant of the God Emperor who stands watch over his creations. I have held my post as choir master for many years, and in that time, dozens of astropaths in my charge labored in diligent service to maintain Scintilla's link to the worlds of the Calixtus sector and to the rest of the Imperium. Until recently. The astropaths served the Imperium until recently. What does that mean? Zhao's response does not come readily. We live in the era of darkness, Acolyte. The last time Scintilla received a sanctioned astropath was many years ago, and the ranks of my choir has continued to thin since, until I eventually forbade the rituals of message transmission from being performed altogether. Now the voice of Scintilla's astropathic choir is silent, and there must exist a grave reason for us to risk the lives of the few who yet remain. Do you live here in the Lucid Palace? No, my sanctum is the Bastion Profeer, another of Sibilus's spires. That is where the chambers of the astropathic choir are located and where I reside. I am at the Lucid Palace for the Invictum Sanctus and to meet you. Do you only relay messages for Governor Hax or for all the nobles of Scintilla? My personal involvement in message sending is limited to sessions of the greatest importance and urgency, Acolyte. As for the astropathic choir, Zhao falls silent for a few moments. Forces beyond our own have severed Scintilla from the Imperium and other worlds of the Calixtic sector. Any attempt to establish contact beyond this system results in nothing more than the inevitable death of the choir's members. We cannot even be certain that our voices reach the other astropathic choirs at all. Cicatrix Maledictum, a tear in reality that impacted the entire galaxy, leading to widespread warp storms, disruption in communication between worlds, and the obscuring of the Astronomicon, which is relied upon for interstellar navigation. Oh, thigh spring onion. That sounds interesting. I've learned enough. What else is it you wish to know, Acolyte? I would like to know more about this place, about the Lucid Palace. The Lucid Palace is one of the oldest spires on all Scintilla. The corners of Zhao's mouth curve into a faint smile. Once, it was all one vast temple, from its foundations to its peak, dedicated to the glorification of the world's martyrs. Now it is the residence of the Lord Calixtus, the governor's reception hall, where he holds court and conducts the final service of the Invictum Sanctus in honor of Saint Sibelius. Why are the reception and service being held here specifically? Where better to glorify Saint Sibelius than at the very apex of the hive city that was named for him? It is a celebration of human endeavor, and a temple raised to such a height by the strength of the God Emperor's children that the air beyond its walls is lethal due to toxic miasma and lack of oxygen. The Lord Calixtus understands the art of symbolic gestures. The entire spire was a temple? That is correct. Today, only the very apex still houses its original sacred chambers, the chapel where the final service of the Invictum Sanctus will be held. It has survived almost unchanged. What's up, Patricia? How are you? You seem to know a great deal about the palace's past. The spires are silent witnesses to the history of Scintilla, slandered. Each one is a marvel of human will, clad in ceramite and plasteel, and governed by ancient archaeotech that slumbers in the belly of every tower. These halls, these walls, are full of secrets on whose very existence we cannot even speculate. Let us change the subject. Is there anything else you wish to discuss at this time, Acolyte? Tell me what you know about the Canoness. I cannot tell you anything of use. In the eyes of Marcella and her kind, I am merely a heresy permitted to exist as the lesser evil, and I did not seek her company. When and where did you last see the Canoness? Zhao smiles, the band over his eyes creasing. Do not be discomfited. I see no less clearly than do the eyes that an ordinary human is born with. I remember the Canoness setting out with her attendants to inspect the palace's halls and chambers. Do you have any suspicions about who might have wished the Canoness harm? There are many who would celebrate her demise. The Adeptus Sororitas are rarely convenient allies. But would anyone dare to take upon themselves such a transgression? That is an entirely different question, and I am not prepared to answer it. Perhaps someone sufficiently desperate. Enough about the Canoness. Yes, really good. Nice and light soup with rice noodles. Might go with that? Yeah, that does sound good. What up, Janky? How are you, dude? That'll be all for now. I must be on my way. All right, that's him. And then there's one other guy on the other side, right? Chamberlain. Master, allow me to thank you once more for rescuing me. Had it not been for you, I dread to think what might have happened. I could have lost my life. No, worse, my employment. Worse, my employment. I beg of you to accept this modest token of my gratitude. It's been my family's treasured possession for 4 centuries. Canoness Marcella is dead, and it seems you were the last person to see her. What do you know about this? Just look at while I play some. Oh, you're playing Expedition 33. Is this your first time, dude? It was an amazing game. Amazing game. What up, Bobby? I like the beta quite a bit. This is the beta. Yeah, it's not the whole game just yet. The Chamberlain's face pales. Dead. But truly, how can that be? I escorted the Honorable Canoness on her inspection of the palace. She wished to ensure the service would proceed without incident. We parted ways at the lift to the spire where the palace chapel is located. After that, I went straight to the servants' quarter, and that is all I remember. Dead. What a scandal. We must bring this situation under control immediately. His lordship's reputation is at stake. How may I be of assistance? Did you notice anything suspicious about the Canoness or the guest? I saw nothing and heard nothing, just as I had done for 30 years. Had it been otherwise, I would not have remained in his lordship's service for even a week, sir. Time, yeah, it's amazing. Yeah, Janky, you're in for a real treat, man. It's amazing beginning to end, bro. Beginning to end. What can you tell me about Lord Calix's hacks? The Chamberlain pales further, but draws himself up and adopts a wounded expression. My good sir, my breeding and honor would not permit me to even contemplate discussing his lordship with a guest, not even in one so high placed as yourself. Even if the Chamberlain knows something, he will not tell you. A servant's fear of his master runs deeper even than his fear of the Inquisition. Show the broken bottle from the chapel. Are you familiar with this bottle? An Amasac of the rarest kind. Only one such bottle exists on all of Scintilla. This precious vintage was delivered along with the other gifts for the Lord Calixis. I personally placed it in his lordship's study. That'll be all for now.
Staying sharp.
So then I should be able to ask you about it. Hax turns his gaze on Aspis Troy standing beside you. Lord Captain, it hardens us to see you derive such satisfaction from the company of inquisitorial acolyte. Few among us are afforded so refined a pleasure. The rogue trader responds with a casual wave of her hand. Time will tell how satisfying this little experiment with my new acquaintance here proves to be. Forgive me for leaving your company, Marius, but being the shadow of a mere mortal in the service of the Inquisition has provided some much-needed variety after the monotony of the Lucidians' endless social occasions. The bottle of poison Amasac I discovered came from your personal collection. What do you have to say about that? We had arranged for this bottle to be presented as a gift to Canoness Marcella upon our arrival at the Lucid Palace. The drink recently entered our collection and has not yet undergone the proper verification procedures, but it was of sufficient value that we did not hesitate for a moment to give it to the esteemed Canoness. We would track down the sender and severely punish them for attempting to take our life. I must go. All right. Now, before we talk to anyone else, let's consult our journal. The Canoness was personally going to inspect all the premises before the service to check everyone present. Guests who arrived early may know whom she was talking to and what she did before the murder. The governor's chamberlain was accompanying the Canoness during the inspection until they parted at the lift to the chapel. He was the last to see her alive. There was a single bottle of Amasac of a certain rare vintage in the palace. It was sent as a gift to Governor Hax and was stored in his study. A valuable bottle of Amasac recently added to the governor's collection was sent to the Canoness by the governor. Etiquette among the noble houses of Scintilla requires a host to give their guests an expensive delicacy. Neglecting this tradition can negatively affect the house's reputation and create a scandal. It's weird. Oh, you know what? They don't show his actual photo because they don't have the portrait for him yet. That's why. You've been doing a lot of parrying, Jackie. Nice. Every time I hear Inquisition, I think of nobody suspects the Spanish Inquisition. The Governor Hax confirmed he saw Rogue Trader Troiter voluntarily hand over the compass to the Canoness. The compass found on the Canoness's body belongs to Rogue Trader Aspis Troiter, according to her testimony. The Lord Captain voluntarily offered the compass to the Canoness in order to clear her suspicions that the device might contain some manner of pernicious technology. The disappearance of Dougal, the Rogue Trader Seneschal, marks him as a seasoned mercenary not averse to unsavory tasks. Some guests suspect he may be involved in the murder. All right, and nothing to do there. So we could make a report. So far, we could put it on Aspis, we could put it on Hax, or we could say that the God Emperor called them. None of those satisfy me as of yet. So let's continue on. Sister of battle over there. There's nothing to discover over here. This is where Chorda was, so I couldn't go all the way to the edge, but even doing so, nothing over there. And now, Sisters of Battle are standing over there. Nope, come up over here. And just a servant over here. Nothing to gather. And now, hey, look at that. Lord General Aldrich, first and foremost. Bring me some Amasaka. Be quick about it. All right, he's got nothing to say. What about the Lord General? Look who's got a portrait. And what a portrait it is. I like that. I like that quite a bit. Blood of the Emperor. If one more lackey disturbs me without bringing me a glass of Amasek, a woman with a build so solid that her fusilier tonic strains at the shoulders turn sharply towards you. For several seconds, her pale, almost white eyes study your face before she exhales noisily. The fury raging within her does not vanish, but recedes to some inner depth. Ah, it's you, the servant of the Golden Throne. What up, Smug? She's my type too, for sure. You like it too, Side? Yeah, she works for me. Didn't mean to offend you. I'm not that foolish. Praise his saints. Ha! She makes the side of the Aquila over her chest with a precise motion. Lord General Delecta Odom, I command the Scintilla Fusilia's regiments, as well as other Astra Militarum units attached to the sector, contingent in Calixis. To what do I owe the pleasure? Despite the astonishing speed with which the Lord General greeted you and returned to her previous stance, you had time to notice a fresh burn on her palm, barely concealed by her white glove. Gesture at the Lord General's hand. How did you receive that burn? A plasma pistol that exploded on discharge. Barely had time to throw it away. Plasma weapon overheating is a common issue, especially during prolonged engagements. Experienced fighters have even learned to use it to their advantage. I'm pretty sure if you pass the tech use, it'll tell you that is not from a discharge. I have some questions about you. I have no secrets from the Inquisition, whatever anyone may say. The Lord General casts a withering glance into the main hall. It is hard to tell if it is directed at anyone in particular. What are your duties on Scintilla? I command the Astra Militarum sector headquarters for Calixis. I make wretched insects, accustomed to holding quills instead of lasguns, remember their duty to the Imperium. The rage simmering in Lord General Doom's chest erupts in a suppressed growl. An invasion is coming, an enemy no one has prevailed against before, and all they can think about is their petty political games. What up, 2000s? You got me excited for this game to release? Bruh, right there with you, man. I'm very, very excited. I think it's going to be amazing. The Lord General is angry, but the root of her fury runs deeper than a warrior's usual contempt for bureaucrats. It seems what troubles her more is that intrigues are being woven without her involvement. What brought you to the palace? Apart from being, as you may have noticed, one of the highest ranking individuals in this God Emperor preserved sector, I am providing security for the palace during the festivities. The Lord Calixis requested my personal presence. Odom waves a dismissive hand in the governor's direction, as if his invitation is not the most significant reason for her being here. Thank you. That will be all for now. If you want to know more, ask or request my file. It contains the same information I would tell you myself. Perhaps you have questions for a member of the Inquisition. For a moment, Adam regards you with a look that could be best described as assessing. Still, she nods. There is one matter. About a scintillant year ago, an Inquisitor from the Bastion Serpentis requisitioned a platoon of my Fusiliers. Since then, I have heard nothing of my soldiers. Can you find out what became of them, so I may inform their families? Why would the Lord General personally report anything to the families of her soldiers? Because my Fusiliers are all scions of the noble houses. Each of them comes to me replete with at least 6 vengeful relatives and 5 heirs. If I am to keep my regiments well equipped and untroubled, I have no choice but to show them respect. I will do everything in my power to ensure you receive this information, Lord General. The woman looks at you with a mix of hesitation and surprise, then straightens and gives a salute. Thank you, Acolyte. That is a noble deed. I did not expect it. Regarding the murder of Canoness Marcella, have you found that heretic yet? Her scarred face takes on a predatory expression. Who do you think killed her? We are in a palace and a murder has occurred here. It does not take a genius to see that Marcella fell victim to noble intrigues. Hax panders to the highborn, though he pretends to keep them on a tight leash. I believe the Canoness crossed some house, and that is where her story ended, tragically. May the God Emperor receive her soul. The Lord General raises a glass of fortified Amasac and drains it in one go. Who was your favorite romance in Mass Effect? Technically, Miranda, but she didn't get nearly enough content in Mass Effect 3, and she's not in Mass Effect 1 at all, so I'm gonna go with Ashley. Where were you at the moment of Canoness's death? Here in this blasted hall, I was assigning posts, receiving reports, and ensuring that the Adepta Sororitas, in their infinite wisdom, did not bungle the security of the guest. We return to this later. As you say, Acolyte, just let it be over with quickly. Must take my leave. We'll meet again later. Glory to the Emperor. The Lord General salutes you with her goblet before turning her attention back to our officers. So that's one option. She feels left out of everything that's occurring. Maybe that's why she decided to kill somebody. Something to listen to here. The Lord General did not even try to hide her enmity toward Canoness Marcella. Everything about this murder is quite obvious. My thoughts exactly. Do you recall Lord Darren publicly asserting that she would never be Lord General? Well, they found him dead the next day, a victim of robbery. A likely story. I heard our other political opponents met with similar unfortunate incidents, which none of them survived. God, Emperor, accept the souls of your faithful servants. As always, everyone knows everything and yet does nothing. When will things finally change? It is no surprise that the Fusiliers and the Silenza Sectores disgrace themselves so thoroughly. As we all know, a fish rots from the head down. So perhaps she is not quite as on the up and up as she presents herself to be. You know what? Let's go ahead and talk to her right now and see what she has to say for herself. I have some questions about you. I heard you recently pacified one of the lower hive sectors. Is that true? A vein on Doom's temple swells with frightening speed. When she speaks, her voice is steel. It is. My units arrived on site and encountered unforeseen circumstances, suffered heavy casualties. May the Golden Throne receive their souls. Lord General Doom is barely containing the fury threatening to break out of her. Whatever happened in the lower levels, it has struck a painful blow to her pride. That will be all. Must take my leave. Interesting. Maybe there's somebody around here who knows something more about it. Any benefit of getting this game on PC or PS5? I think anytime you can get a game on PC, you should. To me, it's what makes the most sense, but there may not be a specific reason for that. The Lord General hides a fresh burn on her palm under her glove. Deserters from the Fusiliers were branded as heretics and publicly executed by the Adeptus Sororitas without the Lord General's permission. Not cool, not cool. So she has motive for potentially killing the Canoness. Doesn't mean she did, though. The servant of the Adeptus Mechanicus greets you with a dignified gesture. A servo skull connected to the tech priest ports focuses its lenses on you. Ain't that an awesome portrait? Man, oh man, oh man, oh man. I like it. That's the reason why I decided to make it the main thumbnail for this live stream.
Acolyte of the Holy Inquisition.
It's got voice acting.
Before you stands the conduit of the will and the vessel for the voice of Cartesiarchus Hecatus Prime, fabricated general of the Lathe World's fleet.
The voice emanating from the tech priest's box is echoed by the pulsing lenses of the servo skull. The tech priest is trying to maintain a straight posture, yet you notice that his right leg is twisted at an unnatural angle, oozing an oily fluid.
A query is being formulated regarding the reasons for communication between a high-ranking Adeptus Mechanicus official and a lower-ranked Inquisition member.
He loves pointing out my low rank. Show the reconnaissance servo skull. I found this in the chapel where the Canoness was murdered.
Servo skull of the Sensoris category, equipped with a high sensitivity auspex. A moderately interesting model. An insistent demand is being formulated for the transfer of this unit of sacred technology into the care of the Adeptus Mechanicus.
You were the only person who could have placed a servo skull in the chapel. What if the Battle Sisters come to know about it?
An attempt at threat-type psychological manipulation is detected. Dispatching a notification regarding the futility of such attempts due to the absence of fear in the intended recipient.
Ha ha ha! I almost want to restart it and find out what would happen, but you know what? I am, because I don't know if there's a clue behind it. But I'm only going to restart it once. If I fail it again, then it just is what it is. It just is what it is. I did not expect voice acting. That's cool. He didn't have voice acting when I did this before. Super, super cool. I wonder if there's any other characters who are all of a sudden are going to have voice acting. Actually, no. I think I've met all the other main characters, so I guess he's it. But still, awesome. And I still got that awareness. Oh! I succeeded on the tech check. The servo skull is equipped with a built-in vox caster, which means someone was watching the Battle Sisters. No one but you could do that. Look at that.
The provided arguments has been performed. The individual is identified as suitable for formal communication. Important contextual information. The Lord Calixis has initiated several research-oriented expeditions. One such undertaking, despite lack of proper preparation, managed to obtain a valuable artifact which can be classified as part of archaeotech technology. Priority operational directive of the Lathe World's fleet. Extraction of this artifact for the benefit of the priesthood of Mars without notification of the Lord Calixis.
The proposed assumption regarding the surveillance of the chapel by means of a servo skull may be confirmed. Confirmation conditions. Transfer of the artifact located in the study of planetary governor Marius Hox to this cognition unit. Additional requirement for cooperation. Absence of third-party notifications regarding these agreements. The servo skull, hovering above the tech priest, turns its backside toward you, displaying a row of connected data crypts. Information will be provided in exchange for the artifact. Why don't you retrieve the artifact from the governor yourself?
The exchange of the artifact for valuables from the Adeptus Mechanicus reserves was scheduled to coincide with the concluding celebration events. Under the current circumstances, the final sermon is postponed indefinitely, while the need for the artifact remains.
That will do.
Expressing a need for more functional communication, or else its termination.
I need to ask a few questions about you.
The selection of a worthy topic for discussion will be taken into account when calculating the usefulness of this organic unit.
I want to ask the Metal One a question too, Hunter. Do you operate this tech priest?
This cognition unit has been granted a great honor to become a temporary conductor of the voice of the Fabricator General. The immediate body is located in the orbit of Scintilla, which hinders direct communication with insufficiently augmented laypeople.
What are you doing here?
Presence in this location is justified by the necessity of social contacts with the authoritative structures of the world of Scintilla. Priority objective of formal interaction. Lord Calixis Marius Hux.
That is all for now.
The shift to less informative topics has been found discouraging.
I have questions regarding the murder of the sisters.
This topic has a low assigned priority on the list of topics of interest. However, as a sign of cooperation between the Inquisition and the Lade World's fleet, the information will be provided.
Who do you think could wish to murder the sisters?
The list of individuals motivated to terminate the life functions of the specified ardent servants of the Ecclesiarchy is too extensive to form a reasonable hypothesis. The memory of this cognition unit contains information exhibiting signs of being valuable, but that was previously ignored due to its assumed insignificance. There is confirmation of an excessively emotional verbal exchange between the individuals Pontifex Gartius and Canoness Marcella, which may be interpreted as a religious dispute. Mutual animosity between the specified individuals is assumed.
What up, Grant? How are you, man? It must be noted that the individual designated Pontifex exhibited a prolonged absence following the festivities. The procession clearly caused degradation of his weak flesh. At its conclusion, he displayed motor function impairment and a distinct limp. A probability suggests the Pontifex retreated to his chambers and remained absent until the arrival of other guests for this specific reason. The floor filters in the chapel are severely clogged. Could this be linked to the Canoness's death? Probability of such a correlation is negligible. This type of machine continues to praise the Omnissiah through its functionality until it is utterly broken. Mere clogging will not impede its operations. What do you know of Pontifex Cardius?
Dispensing reference information. Pontifex Cartius is a representative of Archcardinal Ignato, assigned to this location to participate in the festivities and conduct the Invocatum Sanctus.
Ignato, I don't think we met him. We'll come back to this later.
A suggestion to discuss more valuable topics is made.
Does the Lad World's fleet have any requests for the Inquisition?
A member of the Holy Ordos initiating communication of this nature is unexpected, requesting time to study possible courses of interaction.
The tech priest looks at you with indifference while his Vok emits a series of tense creaks.
By the will of the Omnissiah, an omen embodied in a Vox transmission was sent indicating the location of an abandoned Adeptus Mechanicus laboratory. According to unconfirmed reports, research for the Holy Ordos was conducted there. Does the priesthood of Mars have the right of priority access to this site? Or will the Inquisition contest it?
What kind of research was being conducted in this laboratory?
Unknown. It has been established that deliveries of biomaterial were made there from various hive cities. Nothing else.
You are permitted to enter the laboratory first. In exchange, I expect to receive the data and materials you gather there so that they might be studied at the Bastion Serpentis. The figure in red inclines in a bow, his metal joints creaking. I am registering the blessing of logic bestowed upon the servant of the Golden Throne by the will of the Omnissiah. Research cohorts will be dispatched toward the source of the signal. That is all for now. Sly, what's going on?
Future communication has been queued.
How are you doing today? Awesome. All right, got all that. Now, I think that's all the clues we can gather here. Let me check with you real quick. Do you have anything? Lady Oleant's gaze is fixed on a goblet filled with Amasac. Beneath the thick layer of powder on her forehead, a faint, tense line is barely discernible. Without looking up, she addresses you. I go depressed in the absence of good news. Do tell what you have come here to share. Low tide follow work day after class is nice. How are you? I got no complaints whatsoever. It's the weekend here. Unfortunately, I don't get a full weekend. I'm gonna be on call for work starting on Sunday, but overall it's been pretty good. No complaints whatsoever. Over the past couple of streams, people have gotten to see a lot of the voice acting that you did for Epione. It's been really cool. Really cool. I can't wait until the full game comes out. In fact, for those who aren't already aware in the chat, Sly is the voice actress for Epione, and for what I've seen, she's been doing an amazing job. Show the broken bottle from the chapel. Do you know anything about this Amasak? Ah, this is a truly rare vintage, said to be favored on Holy Terror itself. One might be either extremely influential or extremely wealthy to obtain it. Only a handful of personages in the palace could afford such a drink. Who could have wished for Canoness Marcella's death? I fear the murderer may have been one of the distinguished guests. From what I know, the deceased believed that someone among them was guilty of heresy and that there was sufficient evidence for a verdict. Indeed, the Canoness hinted that she was nearly ready to expose the wrongdoer. I can only guess why she required evidence for the accusation. I assume the individual wields enough influence that even the Adeptus Sororitas chose to err on the side of caution. I know for a fact that there had been opposition between the Order of the Sacred Rose and Lord General Doom, who was in charge of the Scintillant Fusiliers. You may wish to pay particular attention to her. Tell me more about this altercation between the Canoness and the Lord General. Not long ago, the Lord General dispatched a cohort of Fusiliers to the Salenza sectors to quell a rabble uprising, and it turned into a tragedy. What started as a mere disturbance became a massacre, and the Half Zone was drowned in blood and tears. The Astra Militarum suffered immense losses, and the Adeptus Sororitas had to come to their aid. However, it was not solely the rebels whom the valiant sisters punished. You see, some of the Fusiliers had disgraced themselves with desertion, and the sisters declared their cowardice heresy. This led to summary executions that were carried out on the spot without the Lord General's sanction. The only clemency that the sisters showed to those who were weak in spirit was to grant them the Emperor's peace. You could imagine what a feast for condemnation this sorrow incident provided. Odom's authority was shaken, and she is quite an ambitious individual. Could Governor Hawks have had a motive for the killing? Do not think that noble blood compels me to deflect suspicion from the masters of Scintilla, but I truly have nothing to say. If a shadow did fall between him and the Canoness, then the details are unknown to me. The Lord Calixtus guards his secrets well. Would Pontifex Cardius dare to harm one of the daughters of the Emperor? There are many inflated rumors following the Pontifex, yet one, the most scandalous of all, he seems to be in no hurry to deny. He is said to have been an adept of a death cult in his younger years. Naturally, such a thing is virtually impossible. Nonetheless, these speculations may well have sparked a conflict between two such devout individuals. Will the Fabricator General employ such means? The servants of the machine cult are far more sophisticated in their intrigues than you might imagine. Yet I have heard whispers of a rather mundane conflict between the Adeptus Mechanicus and the Adeptus Sororitas here at the palace. You may wish to seek out the details from both parties yourself. And what about you, Lady Olenthanthe? Let this misplaced question remain between us. Should Lord Inquisitor Zerb read in your report that you suspected me, it will reflect poorly on your standing, not mine. The instant you amass the semblance of a body of evidence, you'll realize that I had no involvement in the matter. That will suffice. I hope my information has been useful. Who could have gained access to the chapel during the Battle Sisters' holy service? Perhaps a person about whom the Fusilier guards are willing to remain silent even under threat of death. I do not know what happened in Canoness. That'll be all for now. Excellent. All right, now I want to try one thing. Let me test something. If I change my warband and remove Aspis, Kong, let's change all of them out. Let's change all of you out and then bring all of you in. And see if I go to I'm curious, does that add research options that previously I didn't have? Let's find out. The Fabricator General witnessed the Canoness and Pontifex Cardius arguing over matters of faith. He interpreted this as mutual animosity. The Lord Calixtus is hiding an unknown artifact in the palace, which may happen to be forbidden technology. The Fabricator General is not against the idea of obtaining a valuable artifact that was discovered on the expedition organized by the Lord Calixtus and bypassing the governor. What's up, Wilhelm? How are you, dude? The right leg of the tech priest representing the Fabricator General is twisted at an unnatural angle and oozes an oily fluid. The Fabricator General's representative arrived at the Lucid Palace for business with Lord Calixtus Marius Hax. The Fabricator General monitored the chapel by means of a servo skull. He is ready to share the information in exchange for the artifact Governor Hax keeps in his study. Foreseeing conflict with the Adeptus Sororitas, the Fabricator General's representative withdrew into the Lucid Palace intentionally and remained out of contact for some time. The clogging does not prevent the floor filters in the chapel from functioning properly. There's no sign of a fight in the chapel. Whatever killed the Sisters of Battle, they did not have time to resist. The long procession took a toll on Pontifex Cardius, who was walking with a noticeable limp after its completion. He went back to his chamber to rest and did not reappear until the guest arrived. Rumor has it that Pontifex Cardius used to be a death cult follower. Crazy! The Canoness suspected one of the honored guests of being a heretic and was prepared to reveal their identity. The chirurgeon's expert opinion confirms the Canoness was poisoned. An autopsy is necessary to identify the toxin that caused her death. The Canoness suspected one of the honored guests of being a heretic and was prepared to reveal their identity. Canoness Marcella was preparing to publicly denounce Aspis Chorta for heresy. The rogue trader ruthlessly eliminated her so that she might escape condemnation and continue serving profane powers. Certainly something she's capable of, but let's hold out for now and see what else we come up with. Okay. And now let's change our warband back. Bam, 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 bam. Accept. And let's do a save here. And then continue investigating. So let's see. I want to find the assassin. Richly dressed Fusilier. All is calm in the area. Why do they call out specifically that he's richly dressed? And wits. Did I imagine it, or did that rabble nearly crush my foot? I hate failing checks in this game. When the full game comes out, I'm gonna have to make sure that wits is high up on the list for sure. High up on the list. Boom, 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 boom. There we go. But tell me, my beloved wife, do you not find the Lord Calixtus's passions a trifle inappropriate? His agri-conservatory is full of poisonous plants, many of which were brought from worlds where Xenos abound, all in plain sight. With an agent of the Golden Throne in attendance, could the governor be losing his mind? Spare me. This is Hax you're talking about. A figure of his standing can grow xenoplants and host the Inquisition in the same palace if he so chooses. But you may be correct about his sanity. After all, his father died from poisoning. That is a fair reason for obsession if I ever saw one.
No sense in delay.
A xenoplant rather. Is that right?
The Holy Order.
Ooh, what's this? Bloodstone ring. Once per turn, when the wearer deals vitals damage while shooting with a pistol, they do not spend AP when making their next pistol attack. Very, very nice. What up, Monte? How are you, dude? I can swear the Pontifex arrived at the palace well before the celebration. So why did he only appear at the celebration? It can't be. And how long has he been gone? Could he have displeased one of the Lucidians? Don't be silly. My brother is quick and bright. He even got an important job to do for some exalted person. My brother spoke of it with such pride, but I saw his knees were shaking. Oh, I just hope he doesn't disgrace himself in that assignment and comes back soon, or just comes back at all. Ooh. Oh, that's her brother. Interesting, interesting, interesting. Let's see. There's nothing here, right? Yep, nothing here. Let's check our inventory real quick. Marked as trash. Sorrow's not on the squad now, so I'm not sure if that's supposed to be trash. I gave you double pistols. Should this be one of them? +4 armor damage, and it's burst fire. I feel like this should be one of them. I'm gonna give you that, and I'm gonna go ahead and add this to junk. This is covert shotgun. I should have looked at Epione when she was here and confirmed if she wanted that. Siphon Life will keep that around as well. And then what's the deal with all of this? +10 diplomacy, bloodstone ring, whenever the uses an ability grant a positive effect, 5% damage reduction is not all that crazy. Gotta love the family drama, Todd. I think my first playthrough will be on an easier difficulty with easier skill checks. I like a harder challenge in combat, but these skill checks I find just playing for story slightly annoying. Yeah, I don't blame you. I do not blame you at all. Do I want this? Whenever wielder targets an enemy with debuff ability, Yuka attacks this target. No, I like precision. Instead, telekinetic barrier, maybe, probably not though. Psyker as well. Probably could get rid of that, but we won't, and we'll keep the rest of that as well. All right, fine. Second playthrough could be on hard. I'm gonna do a hard playthrough right up front. We'll see how it goes when the game is fully released and hopefully properly balanced. I am looking for the murder of Canoness Marcella. Have you seen anything suspicious? The Fusilier's expression darkens. Heard the servants whispering. So it's true then? The Canoness was murdered? Don't know anything about it, and to be honest, don't want to know. I've been locked in here since this morning. Ask anyone. I need equipment. What do you sell? You sell Scintillion Fusiliers. And do I have anything else interesting? No, I do not. I don't have any of this stuff available, so I can just sell this and then that's that. Okay.
Keeping my eyes open.
So she's looking for her brother who was sent off to do something. Very interesting. Very, very interesting. Pontifex Cardius raises a gaunt face, the color of yellowed parchment. Deep shadows lie beneath his eyes, and a fresh burn mars his cheek, its surface glistening with a wet crust and emitting a faint scent of medicinal ointment. Noticing your gaze upon him, he sways slightly. I like that portrait! He looks absolutely insane. What's up, Simbi? Yo, appreciate you checking in from Hungary. How are you? Local time is 5:16. Nice. That's awesome. Let's see. I am slandered, acolyte of the Inquisition. The Holy Ordos are interested in determining who was responsible for the death of the Canoness and her esteemed sisters. I greet you, servant of the Golden Throne. A pity our meeting must take place under such sorrowful circumstances. Yet, all is the will of the God Emperor. The surprisingly keen gaze of the aged Pontifex passes over your shoulder to rest upon Ra'akti. I entertain no illusions regarding the special standing of the Inquisition. We all serve him as we can and as our conscience dictates. Yet to bring this to the holy festivities, I fear that sooner or later you will have to answer to him for such deeds. In the dim light of the lumens, the Pontifex's eyes seem almost black. His whisper, verging on reverent, reaches your ear, somehow drowning out the hum of the crowd. To think, the blessed Canoness Marcella, whose soulless hand dared to defile her light. That portrait is new, Hermit. Oh yeah, he looks super evil. Super, super evil. Pontifex, may I ask for your blessing? Blessing? Checking his obvious surprise, Cardius draws a worn aquila from the folds of his robes. Its edges are slightly ground down, and you notice red marks on the man's palm as he raises the aquila to your forehead and begins reciting a prayer of fortitude. The thought-fogging scent of sacred incense envelops you. May his will guide you through the taint of deception to the light of truth. I wish to ask you about the canoness. He nods, a shadow falling across his face. Where did you go after you left the festivities? I won't deny that the procession took a toll on me. Pain tore through my leg, and upon returning to the palace, I retired to my assigned quarters to prepare for the coming service. I fear my bones are not as strong as they once were. When did you last see the canoness? Cardius's gaze turns empty, as if summoning an image to mind. After the procession, the last I saw of Canoness Marcella was in the main hall, standing beside the governor. Is there anyone you suspect? Suspect? I am certain I know the exact identity of the vile heretic who committed this heinous crime. He casts a searching glance around the room to make sure you are not being overheard. Turn your attention to the fabricated general slandered. Shortly before the tragedy, the canoness tried to confiscate a dangerous artifact from him so as to deliver it into the safekeeping of the arch-cardinal. But the followers of the so-called machine god resisted fiercely. Even the palace guard was forced to intervene, along with Lord Calixtus Hax himself. Or maybe just some religious extremity in 40K fashion. No difference, Wilhelm. No difference. Yeah, I agree, Sam. Sly is doing an amazing job. The gang of cultists from the last world's fleet was led by Cardassiarchus Hyrcanus Prime. No, I did not say in person. In truth, the man is safely in orbit around Scintilla, and instead sent his servant, a wretched vessel for his voice, twisted as it is by his false faith, to participate in the procession. The Pontifex sneers, an unprecedented insult to be sure, but does it not strike you as unusual that the prime suspect has already taken such precautions? I consider that an admission of guilt. I know you had a conflict with the canoness. What was the reason behind it? The Pontifex's expression does not change, but you notice a throbbing vein in his temple before he replies through gritted teeth. The subject of our dispute shall remain between myself, Canoness Marcella, and the God Emperor. The affairs of the ecclesiarchy are not for outside ears, even those belonging to an agent of the Inquisition. Let us change the subject. The Pontifex nods, his face darkening once more. Let us talk about you. The Pontifex inclines his head, ready to listen. What was your purpose in coming to the palace? The Pontifex's bushy eyebrows shoot upward. Arch-Cardinal Ignato entrusted me with leading the procession during the celebrations of Saint Sibelius. Is it truly prudent to discuss such things before you have found the murderer? Your burn looks painful. How did you receive it? An old injury having no bearing on the present investigation. The Pontifex fixes you with a stern look. I have heard rumors that you belong to a death cult, Pontifex. The Pontifex frowns before replying with curt politeness. What are you implying, slandered? I am a devout servant of the God Emperor and have proved my loyalty to him time and again. That is all you need know. Let us return to the investigation. The time is most opportune. An acolyte of the Holy Ordo stands before you. Do you have any pleas or requests that I might address? The Pontifex narrows his eyes with suspicion. I am honored that the Inquisition would make such an offer to the ecclesiarchy. Your generosity is commendable indeed, though I fear the price may prove excessively high. Still, one of the noble houses of Calixtus has forbidden the mission from delivering sermons in the vicinity of their estate. In these unsettled times for Scintilla, it is of paramount importance to offer our prayers to the God Emperor, extolling deeds performed for the benefit of the Imperium. Only the deranged or the heretical would claim otherwise, and thus I was not surprised when tidings reached me that certain members of this house are collectors of profane tomes. I can only assume such information would be of interest to you as an agent of the Inquisition. You are correct. Heresy such as this warrants the Inquisition's attention. The profane items will be found and destroyed, and the guilty executed, for they deserve no other fate. The Pontifex humbly bows his head while simultaneously passing a small note towards you. I thank you, Slandered. I knew I would gain support in your person. You will find the names of the guilty within. There's a rumor I wish to share with you. A mere speculation, but it comes from righteous lips. This rumor says that the expedition dispatched by Governor Hax to the lower levels has concluded successfully. While the details are kept hidden, the implication is obvious. If the Lord Calixtus had discovered something that raised no suspicion, he would have announced the results by now. I must continue to the investigation. Go now, Slandered. May the truth become the weapon with which you strike down apostates and traitors. Pepsi, what up, man? I'm doing good, dude. How are you? What's up, Fran? Is it played similarly to Rogue Trader? It changes the mechanics significantly. Combat is much more difficult in Dark Heresy than it is in Rogue Trader. There is no colonization management system. Instead, the management system is basically your investigation. So you get an Inquisitor journal you use to manage all the cases that you have. From what we've seen thus far, can't be sure without seeing the whole game. From what we're able to see thus far, I would say it's definitely an improvement over Rogue Trader, but we'll see. What up, Crafty? How are you, dude? I was just watching Pathfinder Mods videos and said, what am I doing? He's streaming. Hey, man, appreciate you dropping in, dude. This statue of the God Emperor is made of, we saw that, tastelessly expensive materials. Yeah, we already know about that. Who's in here? Tech Priest. Wounded Tech Priest. Why are you wounded? What did you do, sir? The Tech Priest stands motionless, his hand slightly raised. The only movement is of his metallic fingers, which flex and straighten from phalange to phalange, each one entirely independent of the others. Mayest thou know neither rust nor dysfunction. Fill thy cogita drives with the spark of the machine. Honored servant of the Omnissiah, we must speak. From all Tech Heresy I preserve thee, observing the canons of operation. May the machine god bless these augmatics. Only after completing the litany does he turn his attention to you. Honestly, harder combat was needed. Rogue Trader, you could one turn basically everything with like 2 characters. Yep, I agree. The harder combat is definitely in the step in the right direction. Registering new unit, status, unassigned, provisional categorization, ally. Further contact is prognosticated as favorable. Tell us about the incident that occurred between the Adeptus Mechanicus and the Adeptus Sororitas. Data exchange approved. Refine your query. Why did you enter into conflict with the Sisters of Battle? The armed confrontation was instigated by the units of the Adeptus Sororitas. They attempted to conduct an unsanctioned search and seizure of Adeptus Mechanicus property that had been lawfully obtained from the planetary governor in exchange for the services of agro-seer biologist DZE-17. Accusations of tech heresy were leveled. We were merely enacting defensive protocols. He shudders convulsively, a weak spark dancing across his body. Levels of righteous fury are unacceptably high. May the Omnissiah punish the aggressors for every drop of spilled machine oil. Was a peaceful resolution truly not an option? The request for parley was denied. The unit designated Canoness identified herself and her squad as servants of the God Emperor and us as machine worshippers. We were denied explanations. We were denied a stay of proceedings. Loyal tech servants of the Imperium were to be judged as if we were heretics. What was the Canoness searching for in your cargo? The unit designated Canoness demanded the surrender of the technology classified as artifact, previously transferred by the Lord Calixtus unit into the study of fabricated General Cartasiarchus Hecatus Prime. I'm never going to get his name right. The assertion was false. This stated technology was not present within the received cargo. Do you know what was inside the containers? Clarification. The Lord Calixtus personally intervened to halt the conflict. With his high sanction, the containers were opened and their contents categorized as miscellaneous shuttle components. The logic behind these events eludes my analysis. Where was the fabricated general at that time? The unit designated Hecatus Prime was present via VoxLink. The connection was severed at the onset of the armed confrontation. During this period, we received no directives from the fabricated general and our queries returned no response. elaboration. This fact merely confirms the wisdom of Fabricator Prime, for he has said, only a servant of the Omnissiah is capable of executing their master's will with rationality and precision. The tech priest scans you with his gaze. Implication, unlike lay people who are prone to heed the voice of the flesh more than the voice of reason. If you say so, buddy, that will do. Really hyped for the better graphics, aesthetics, and the voice acting. Most of all, I'm most hyped for the journal system. I think being able to play as a true detective in the middle of the Warhammer universe is going to be so freaking cool. So freaking cool. Canoness Marcella is dead, and you had a compelling motive for her murder. Motive does not equal capability. This unit is too damaged for such actions. Furthermore, my calculations posit that the long-term well-being of the Dectus Mechanicus holds greater value than fleeting moral satisfaction. That will be all. So, apparently things went bad. What is this? Servicing the Sigma O Gamma Vault in the Palace Chapel. We have to decide not to disturb the machine spirits. Okay. And that was not considered. Pipes and valves are intertwined with each other in a way that makes it impossible to trace their structure. Whoa, very, very low possibility of being able to do this. That's interesting. Wilhelm, Sly is the voice actress for Epione. And nope. Still not quite. Still not quite. Still not quite. Sooner or later we'll get it. We just got to keep at it. A little bit more. And not there either. Nope. This is getting kind of expensive. This is getting ridiculous. Come on now. It's only, I know it's 10%, but can we be serious for a minute? This just isn't possible. Sooner or later, come on, man. For nothing. Blueprints of the Lucid Palace. Ooh, the parchment depicts the Archaeotech ventilation system that covers the entire perimeter of the Lucid Palace and marks the central cogitator that controls it. All right, well, we're gonna definitely have to buy some things. A lot of people are salivating the prospect of role-playing as Gregor Eisenhorn. What's up, Stefanos? That's what I plan to do when we have our full live stream playthrough. The ancient cogitator is emitting a steady hum. According to the blueprints found in the chapel, the spirit of this sacred machine controls the oxygen supply system of the Lucid Palace. View the event log. A huge list appears on the cracked vid screen, sorted in a reverse chronological order. There's a significant time gap between the last two entries. Open the last log. A bunch of stuff. Open the penultimate log. Bunch of stuff. Study the earlier log. The chronicles of past events contain data on malfunctions, automatic control protocols, and the status of outdoor atmospheric sensors. These logs date back through the centuries of the Lucid Palace's existence. Geo, what's going on? How are you, dude? Return a list of available commands. The vid screen flashes, then fulfills your command. Query the current system status. And leave the cogitator alone. All right. Anything up here? Hey, there are things up here. Air Cold, what's up, man? There we go. This is better. Up and still, though. Come on, man. There we go. Doom Flamer. The attacks, the target of this attack must pass a mental test or lose -2 morale. Huh. Interesting. Interesting. Have you noticed? The Lord Calixtus has not spoken a single word about the expedition. So much time and resources, yet no tidings. Could it have failed? But of course, my dearest cousin, you could not have known. The expedition had already ended, and quite successfully. Yet who else but me would have told you? Don't get carried away, lest I call you in on your old debt over a certain obscure shipment. So, what has the Lord Calixtus discovered? I suspect he obtained some great treasure from the lower levels, and is therefore keeping the details of the expedition in the strictest confidence. I myself was informed by Lady Gabriella, cousin of the lady-in-waiting of the Lord Calixtus' second cousin once removed. I would gladly give away my recreational shuttle to get a hold of this secret. Speaking of debt, my dearest cousin, I could use another loan. Error speaker. So yeah, something's off about that. Especially since it's in a totally different place. All right. Hey, another richly dressed guy. All is calm in the area. Sooner or later, we'll find one that'll give us something cool, I suppose. Yeah, I've got to read the Eisenhorn compendium that I have to try to figure out what an Eisenhorn playthrough would actually look like. Cheaper, what's up, man? How are you? But how would you know that? Especially about Pontifex Cardius. That would be scandalous. Hush, my uncle told me, and his wife's servant is... Oh, never mind, just trust me. To think that a Voidborn from a death cult would be delivering the final sermon by the sanction of Archcardinal Ignato himself. Emperor, protect us! How are we supposed to attend his sermons now? What if he is twisting our divine liturgies insidiously? Oh, how scandalous. Shh, quiet down.
Keeping my eyes open.
She is not supposed to be in front. I gotta change my formation up. We'll deal with that in a bit. You. You say anything new? I am looking for the murderer of Cataness Marcella. Have you seen anything suspicious? We, the servants of the palace treasury, were engaged day and night in provisioning the festivities. He frowns and for a moment looks utterly drained. I will be glad to aid you in uncovering the heretic, but alas, may the God Emperor guide your steps. Leave.
No sense in delay.
Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa. Oh, wait. Crap. This good's over here. Lovely. Want to ask, how deep do you go into the mechanics and everything? As deep as someone as Revan does, or a little more casually? I go as deep as Revan, but not in the same way because I don't play games on Unfair. I do plan to probably play this on the highest level, but I avoided playing Road Trade on the highest level because honestly, I felt like Unfair was poorly balanced in Wrath of the Righteous and just straight up a unenjoyable way to play the game. But people have repeatedly told me Unfair is not the same way in Rogue Trader, and I assume that Unfair will not be the same way here. So if it's properly balanced and actually provides like a real playthrough for you to experience, I'll probably go ahead and go through it, and then I'll make builds and do mechanics based on that. But if you look at my Rogue Trader builds, I did separate videos for all the different archetypes. I dug into all of their mechanics. I did builds for all of the companions, all that good stuff. So next, yeah, dude, I can't wait to play the full version either, man. Really looking forward to what happens after Act 1 and to be able to have a full character. All is calm. Okay, nothing there apparently. Do you want to play Unfair if the skill checks are harder? You know, Gio, I would probably do Unfair as a playthrough where if a skill check fails, you just move on, you know? So I probably wouldn't make that like my live stream playthrough, but, or rather not my first live stream playthrough, but maybe in a follow-up live stream playthrough, I'm like, hey, y'all, we may not be able to get the cases exactly right. We may miss some content, but in turn, we're going to get a playthrough where everything that happens, we just accept it and move forward. And, you know, I think some people might enjoy that. Glory to the Emperor. The two guardsmen give a synchronized salute in your direction. You notice a quick, furtive glance pass between the Fusiliers, but for the one with Corporal's epaulets steps forward slightly. His face is well groomed, his ear and part of his cheekbone replaced with gilded augmetic. Permission to report. Nothing suspicious was observed during our watch. Behind the bravado, the Fusilier is clearly agitated. You hear his voice tremble as he delivers his report. The guardsman standing behind the corporal nods in agreement with his comrade's words. He appears older, bulkier, and his weapon is markedly superior to that of his companion. Noticing your gaze, he lowers his eyes. Show the sigil. I am slandered, an agent of the Holy Inquisition. It is in your interest to cooperate. Yes. The corporal turns deathly pale upon seeing your sigil. He shoots a haunted look at his fellow Fusilier and swallows hard. We live to serve. We will tell you all we know. Unlike his comrade, the older guardsman speaks calmly, almost lazily. His gaze remains fixed upon your sigil. I am Corporal Barnabas, sir. This is Guardsman von Querdar. Barnabas nods to his comrade with a strange deference. Diplomacy. Offer Guardsman von an ilho stick. Here, soldier, take a moment. I'll stand watch with your friend here. A storm of emotions plays across Von's face. At last, the Fusilier nods to you and accepts the gift. Thank you, sir. Standing watch makes a man crave to smoke something fierce, as I'm sure you know. As the guardsman leaves his post, the corporal almost bolts after him, but then stops under your gaze. Gesture toward the other Fusilier. Are you not forbidden to leave your post? Correct, sir. It is forbidden, but Guardsman is a regimental veteran and a marquis, so the corporal begins to fidget noticeably, exposing the peculiar dynamics at work within the Scintillan Fusilier's regiment. Did the Cadenet speak with anyone in your presence? Only with Lord General Dome. They were discussing security measures and the placement of guard posts, discussing them rather loudly. What exactly was the point of contention between the Lord General and the Canoness? They were arguing because our regiment is guarding the reception at the request of Lord Calix's hacks. The Lord General was accusing the Honorable Canoness of not trusting her, neither her personally nor our entire regiment. And it's because of this distrust that the Canoness was removing us from our post and replacing us with our own battle sisters. It seemed to anger the Lord General greatly. In the end, they came to an agreement where the sisters will remain to guard the main hall while we would secure the rest of the palace. On the skill checks with Road Trader, you just killed a Novator because I failed the skill check to convince some Cassia stays with me? Crazy. I was like, well, stuff happens and continued. Hey, it is what it is. You should have stood down. The corporal falls silent. Then his eyes widen for a split second, as if he remembered something else. There's something you're not telling me, Corporal. Are you trying to test the patience of an agent of the Golden Throne? Speak now, while I am still willing to listen. I just remembered the sentries at the guard post reported to Lord General Dum that a large container had been delivered to the governor's study. They said it likely holds an artifact from the expedition. What kind of artifact or which expedition, I cannot say. I only heard it over the box. Please, forgive my lack of vigilance. That'll be all for now, but I will be back. As you command, glory to the Emperor, I shall await you here. Let's save here. And then let me get my formation proper again. Oh, I don't even know. Oh, it's probably when I brought in Aspis that they did this. So here, I want you actually be the one up front because you're the one who notices traps. This works fine for now. Okay.
Keeping my eyes open.
Or I could always do an unfair run where I keep the combat stats the same, but I increase skill checks all the way up so I don't have to worry about them. Okay, let's just check by the docks and make sure there's nothing that's popped back up that we missed. We've already squeezed through that crevice. Doesn't look like there's anything or anybody over there that we need to speak with. Nothing we're noticing over here. Let's come over here. We've already hit that before. Okay, so it looks like the docks just remain clear. Nothing new. Let's go back. And And now let's head over this
Always on
way.
the move.
It's a regular Fusilier. We had an option to come over here. Wait, we discovered a place over here before. And now it's missing. I wonder why. They wouldn't let us go in. I hope I didn't screw something up. Okay, we could go through that door if we want, or that door, but first, yeah, I thought there were some people over here, right? The two sisters of battle greet you by making the sign of the Aquila almost at the same time. One is very young, the other is older, with a clouded eye. Judging by the scars, it is clearly the result of a poorly healed injury. Frank, what's up, dude? How are you, man? Hey, glad you were able to catch a stream as well. Hope you're doing well. Acolyte, my name is Sister Helia. My comrade in arms is Sister Priscilla. We know that you are searching for the heretic who killed the Canoness and her Celestians. Please tell us what you know, or else let us aid you in capturing the perpetrator. We pray for your success, servant of the Golden Throne, and that swift retribution be brought down upon the malefactor. Spare us a little of your time. There are tears of grief and anger in the younger sister's piercing blue eyes. When and where did you last see Canoness Marcella? When the Canoness inspected the Lucid Palace before the Invoctum Sanctus, she wanted to make sure that there was nothing that might threaten the concluding liturgy taking place in the chapel. I saw her walking down the corridor with the Celestians, and nothing in their appearance suggested imminent disaster. Sister Helia grimaces bitterly. So many times I have recalled these moments, but nothing, not a single hint, not a single clue. God Emperor, forgive my invigilance. What do you think could be the murderer? Sister Priscilla looks grim. The priest of Mars, greed and heresy have consumed their souls. Seek out the tech priest with a Macandendrite claw and a shoulder burned by a melter. You will surely get a confession from him. Address Sister Helia. Your sister is young and may be mistaken. Why do you suspect the Adeptus Mechanicus? Because of the battle at the docks, Canoness Marcella learned that a heretical machine had fallen to the hands of the tech priest, and we went to the docks of the Lucid Palace to destroy the abomination and accuse the guilty. And what did the servants of the Omnisire do? They stood between their cargo and us, intending to fight back. Us, the daughters of the God Emperor. Clearly their bounty mattered more to them than the vows they made to the Imperium. But before we could unleash our righteous wrath upon them, the palace guards intervened, and the governor ordered the container bees open. We did not find the unholy mechanism therein, but Canoness Marcella made it clear she would not let the matter rest. What's up, Iffy? Have I ever played the Yakuza series? No, I never have. The one that came out recently supposedly was amazing. I think at the beginning of last year, right around the time Avowed came out, there was a new one that was highly, highly regarded. So I might go ahead and give it a whirl at some point, but no, I've never played any of the Yakuza games. Sister Helia gives you a cryptic smile. I cannot help but note that fabricated general's conduct. At first, he was leading his servants. We could hear his voice. But then he evidently fled, deserting them at the first sign of combat. Regardless, he was absent when the Lord Calixtus arrived. Why should I look for this particular tech priest? Several red-robed priests fled from our wrath that day, but only one remained in the palace. The wounds he received in that barely ignited confrontation must have been too severe. Where can I find him? We do not know, for he is in hiding, among his own kind most likely. So does the journal investigation replace the colony kingdom management? Yes, it is. Yeah, the journal investigation system is the management system for this game. I think it's the best thing Owlcat has ever done. Way, way better than any of their previous management systems. Address Sister Helia. Your sister is young and may be mistaken. What do you think? I am with her on this, Acolyte. I believe the Adeptus Mechanicus from the last worlds could well have committed such a terrible crime. Do not let Sister Priscilla's aides discourage you. She often perceives the very heart of corruption where others do not. Your words are noted. May you catch the fiend soon, and may he confess his crimes just as quickly. I should get back to the investigation.
Reconnoitering.
Tech freeze, tech freeze, tech freeze. The air around here smells of rot and machine oil. Most likely this door leads to the technical tunnels under the Agro Conservatory. The Agro Conservatory is serviced by numerous mechanisms, far too many for a typical garden. More food. Chief Tech Warden's key. This ancient key embossed with a symbol of the Dectus Mechanicus was left unattended. Cool. The reagents on the table are intended for assembling poisons. The tech priest is hunched over one of the roots lying on the table, engrossed in sorting through numerous vials with his mechadendrites. Your appearance makes him start. Unauthorized unit, you are not cleared for the sanctum. Cease your presence here at once. By the authority of the Holy Orders and the Terratine Cabal, I am cleared to access any location I deem necessary in my search for Canoness Marcella's murderer. Carno, what's up, man? Hey, I appreciate you, dude. Yeah, if you're enjoying the stream over on YouTube, I would definitely appreciate you leaving a like or subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. If you're over on Twitch, definitely make sure you follow the channel. There'll be more live streams like this coming soon. Nice bit of new mechanics. I always love new stuff. Find if interesting. Yeah, I feel like this is really new and they did a great job with it for sure. For sure. The tech priest flinches once more. Query accepted. Unit reauthorized. Investigation. Show the leaf found in the ashes. Do you know what kind of plant this leaf came from? I am the agro-seed biologist. The tech priest glares at you in outrage, pausing for effect. You lay people call it Clinoconium flammeus. This plant is a valuable specimen from the governor's own collection. How did this plant end up in the incense burner in the chapel? By theft. One turn prior to the commencement of festivities, an unidentified unit breached my sanctum and stole a cutting of this plant. Law carefully of a highly toxic plant. Contact with exposed flesh results in the formation of painful blisters. Show a post-mortem pic of the Canoness. I believe Canoness Marcella was poisoned. You are a specialist in poisons, and I am very keen to hear what you have to say on the matter. The tech priest shakes his head indignantly. I am an agroseer biologist. My expertise in the cultivation of flora, not in lethal intoxication. What do you know about the murder of Canoness Marcella? I do not possess much information. As the part of Flex's auris absorbs mineral feed, so am I absorbed in my work. Intensely absorbed. When did you last see the Canoness? During the operational shift prior to the festivities, and the previous visitation period encompassed intervals from 3 to 5 operational shifts. The Canoness unit characterized this as an inspection, a flagrant abuse of her function. Did you see anything suspicious in the chapel? I am not authorized to visit that area. Furthermore, I critically downgraded the chapel's priority after an incident. While moving along an adjacent route shortly before the commencement of the festivities, I heard sounds I identified as human screaming. I believe the Canoness unit was utilizing the chamber for purposes other than those designated. Do you have any suspicions as to who could have murdered Canoness Marcella? Hypotheses are categorically absent. I remind you that I am an agroseer biologist with a large number of unfulfilled protocols from which this conversation is distracting me. Answer my other questions. Query approved due to a lack of alternatives. I wish to discuss something else. If it will expedite my return to work, I am prepared to transmit the desired information. What exactly are your duties in the Lucid Palace? I am a tech priest of the Genital Order, assigned to the palace in the capacity of agroseer biologist. I am entrusted with the cultivation of Agro Conservatory and the maintenance of greenhouse mechanisms. The Lucid Palace does not employ just anyone. How did you earn such an honor? Were there truly no better candidates? Better. With all due respect, my candidacy was optimal. The Fabricator General himself blessed my... The tech priest cuts himself off. My knowledge and diligence were recognized as the highest level. Nod towards the table. What were you working on? I was synthesizing nutrient compounds in order to enhance flora productivity. I desire to return to this task. The array of chemicals on the table is wholly unsuited for the production of fertilizer. You are not producing fertilizer here. Speak the truth and quickly. The Lord Calixtus requested toxic compounds. I prepared concoctions for him in strict accordance with the recipes and only in low concentrations. He then ingests them to build metabolic resistance. Governor Hax is aware that any deviation from the prescribed dosage during preventative consumption of poisons may lead to his death, and so he trusts no one but me with this process. The data was classified. I wish to ask about something else. Will I then be permitted to return to my work? That will be all for now. So the governor is slowly poisoning himself. Interesting. And he's doing so with the help of the Adeptus Mechanicus. Agra Conservatory with rare plants. Perhaps I could find the plant that was used to poison the canoness. You had the pleasure of viewing the Agra Conservatory of Rare Plants created by Lord Calixtus Marius Hax in memory of his father, Bertram Hax. Inspect. Read the plaque. The vid screen reads, Emularia Supplicatica, gifted by the Chartist captains of the Coronis Expanse. Vast is the domain of the Imperium, and here you behold proof of humanity's grand expansion. Can't read that. A brush with small round leaves all covered in pale veins.
Moving.
The vid screen reads, Anfatida Nobilis, named in honor of Anfatida Lageria of House Portalis, martyred patroness of monasteries. May her soul dwell forever in the light of the Golden Throne. That's the thing high-ranking officials did before to build a tolerance to it. Yep, makes sense, especially if you know nobles love to poison people all the time. You enjoy your romance's top 2-3 game romance of all time. For me, Tali from Mass Effect or Yennefer. Want to admit about Cassandra from Dragon Age. Cassandra was awesome. I don't know why you won't admit it. Yennefer is definitely one of my favorites. Ashley is definitely up there. And the nymph from Kingmaker is one of my all-time favorites as well. You can get resistance to poison if you eat very low amounts to practice in Mithraism. I think interesting. What's going on, Higgins? How are you? The vid screen reads, Chlorophedia, whose seeds were bought by the void ship Saints March. Though that vessel fell in battle against heretics, the memory of the Imperium's defenders will endure until the end of time. Small tendrils cover the stems of the plant. Narissa, yep, thanks, Matt. Yeah, Narissa was definitely one of my favorite romances.
Always on the move.
The vid screen reads, Partaflexus aureus is a hardy shrub cultivated on a distant, inhospitable world, one among the countless planets conquered by humanity. Sparkling pearls of sap adorn the serrated edges of the leaves. Surprised I can't do anything with them. The runes on this vid screen indicate the humidity levels and oxygen cycles.
Keeping my eyes open.
The vid screen reads, this is Clinconium flammeus, a plant whose sap repels all pests. Just as this shrub is free of corruption, so too must humanity abide neither mutant nor witch in its presence. Are there any romances in Dark Heresy like in Rogue Trader? This game will have multiple romances. If yes, are they noticeable in the beta? No. There's very, very little companion content in the beta. So we don't even know who's going to be romanceable, but we definitely know there will be romances. And a predatory looking plant, thin translucent spines on the serrated leaves sway gently. Okay, tracks detected, initiating scan. Ha ha ha. Somebody stole leaves from this plant, and now a lump of soil with a footprint. And now we have tracks that we can follow. All right, in fact, multiple sets of tracks. Beautiful.
No sense
So
in
now,
delaying.
let's walk around. See what else we can get. More food. We should definitely be able to get food to old boy. Okay. Nothing else we could do here for now. So now we've got a couple of sets of tracks. And makes sense that one set would go here because he manipulated it. Is it any additional? Nope, no additional conversation options for him. Now we can go here. And there's a set of tracks that go this way. So let's do that. Cassandra was actually awesome. It definitely caught me by surprise. Some great writing. I agree. I felt like she was an amazing romance. What nonsense, foolish commoner. It was one of you slacking off and disparaging your betters. I am very, very much so hoping that Epione will be a romance and we'll be able to hear some of Sly's amazing voice acting in a romance with our characters. If so, that is definitely one of the first romances that I will do. I swear by the throne, it wasn't just chatter, it was a voice, an echo of sermons. We checked the rooms, but they were empty. Then we put an ear to the wall and we all started shaking in our boots from those horrid wails. I tell you, it was in the walls. Every servant knows that a confessor once stayed at the palace and then disappeared. What if the thing, what lurks in the walls is taking them? Were there intruders in the chambers? No, there were not, and that is that. Those wails of yours were just the wind howling. We're in the spires, blast it. Why are you making the side of the Aquila again? Get to work!
Never still for long.
Let's see. Footsteps, 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 footsteps. And the crew, for sure. I definitely still had it when I passed through here. Couldn't have rolled far. Huh. So it looks like they couldn't tell me anything else. They couldn't. You idiot. How could you lose a grenade? Where did you last see it? Ha ha ha. When the Road Trader DLC comes out, will you do some streams or stick to Dark Heresy? I'll do some streams for it. I'm certain I saw it in my pouch during the guard chains in the main hall. Or not. Well, it's not like it's going to explode. I'll definitely do some streams for it.
Always on the move.
All right. There's one other set of footprints, right? And that set went this way. The footsteps went this way, but I don't see anything here. Why? Oh, whoops. Okay. New clue file. Oh, snap. Somebody got killed over here.
No sense in delay.
There are dry bloodstains in the cracks of the floor. Now we can go. Happy to hear that, although I like to watch both games. I plan to finish this playthrough of Rogue Trader, and then probably next up will actually be Gothic, because I think Gothic Remake comes out next week. And so I'll play Gothic Remake until the Rogue Trader DLC is available. When the DLC comes out, we'll switch over to that, and then we'll probably switch back over to Gothic unless something else comes out that suits my fancy. We'll see. We'll see. Night Sly, appreciate you stopping by. Take care. Have a great evening.
Moving.
Before you lies a corpse dressed in servant's livery. Decomposition has already begun to set in. The body is lying face up, his eyes wide open and his right hand slightly clenched. There are several dark red spots on the collar directly beneath a small cut on the neck. You cannot shake the feeling that the killer took the victim by surprise. Look for distinctive features. There's an augmentation seal marked MRS 064 on the victim's neck, below the back of the head. In addition, a patch is visible on the collar, MRS Keel Lodic. This array of letters and numbers tells you nothing. Inspect the dead man's hand. It is empty, but the skin is covered in ugly, drained blisters, as if from a burn. Determine the cause of death. The deep, narrow wound on the neck leaves no doubt that this is what ended the poor man's life. There are no other signs of violence. Search the corpse. You find a standard box in the inner pocket. Servants use these to receive orders from different parts of the Lucid Palace. Listen to the Vox recording. You hear the nervous voice of a young man on the recording. Sister, I've received a special assignment, one that I can't refuse. It's from someone far too important. The person I'll be assisting has a pronounced limp, so I will most likely be delivering messages or carrying heavy things. It's nothing unpleasant, but please pray for me all the same. Walk away. I did not catch before that I think that's the brother of the gossiping servants. So now I gotta go back and talk to them. Watch that too. I was open for learning new games. I think your positive attitudes are contagious. Hey, thank you so much. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. Hey, why couldn't... I'm really disturbed. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, I was about to say I'm really disturbed I wasn't able to go in here considering I discovered it before. All right. So in Rogue Trader, our Rogue Trader could seduce Heinrichs, an inquisitorial interrogator. I wonder if we get an Uno reverse with Aspis this game. Probably my first romance on release. Very possible. I would not be surprised. What's up, Veins? I do doubt she would be a romance since she is an established character in lore, but gosh, I want a romance Aspis so badly. Let me be her Heinrichs to our Rogue Trader, but big game. I would be very surprised if Aspis is not a romance. I thoroughly expect that to be the case. Athletics, 85%. Cool. And here we are. Oh, this is a large place, okay. And the goods are below, okay. Who are you? Good Lord. Archaeotech mechanisms, long lost to the memory of even the servants of the machine cult, weave through the walls of the Lucid Palace. All right, that's all junk.
Moving.
Libra Sanctus. This dusty volume with worn pages contains long stretches of text on the rules for ceremonies, rituals, and liturgy according to the canons of the ecclesiarchy. She is established in Rogue Trader, considered MIA there. I can see a romance happening here. Me too. I think so. I think so. I definitely think she's going to be a romance. Rusted, pitted pipes descend through many levels, vanishing into suffocating darkness. So this is mobility. These are goods. Hey, a couple of grenades in there. More grenades is always a good thing. What up, Taco? How are you, dude? Well, we all remember how disappointed many of us were when we learned that Argenta is not romanceable. This is true.
Success.
This is true. So we could have walked along the cable. The way is blocked. You have to find another path to the other side, or not. Let's see. Here, let's save here. I'll 110% be covering Exodus. Did something new happen with it? No idea what it looked like though. I want our Argenta romance so bad. Yeah, I get the feeling Games Workshop blocked that. Was a bunch of a companion quest for either. That was just unacceptable. I've never understood why Owlcat chose not to have a true companion quest line for her. Never understood that. So odd to me. Thank you. Now you. What? No, not you. You. There we go. No! No, 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 no. Don't you dare, all of you, come up over here. Yeah, you up over here. Now just you. What in the hell? That went extremely poorly, but okay. Why can't I? Okay. There we go. Cabela is definitely best girl. So every other romance of Road Trip is not interesting for you anymore? Yeah. I think it, but if Argenta was a romance, I think she would rival Cabela. As far as being interesting, at least. Maybe a Road Trader DLC that plays out the companion quest that gives us more. I would 100% be down for that. Doubt we get it, though. The DLC that Owlcat has done thus far for Rogue Trader has been extremely well received. I seriously doubt they switch it up at all. Sundering Melta for the Matic. Okay, cool. Interesting. A stale draft seeps through the gaps. It seems the long abandoned secret passages of the palace continue beyond this door.
Keeping my eyes open.
All right. Looks like that's all we can do for there. There we go. And that's how we get out of here. Future seasons are extremely unlikely. Yeah, unless these next two DLCs sell incredibly well, they're not going to do another season. And I seriously doubt... well, you know, I won't say I doubt they'll sell well. They might sell well, but I seriously doubt they'll sell to the point that it would need to in order for Owlcat to decide to continue doing it. They seem pretty dead set on not doing it. So the community would really have to step up to convince them that, all right, we should give it another go.
At once.
What's in here again? This is the tech priest. Let's confirm you don't have any new convo. Nope, you're still saying all the same things you said before. And can't do anything new with you either. No problem. I want to talk to you again, but not just yet. Wolfhard visited the Exodus Des recently, but he can't talk about his hands-on yet. They have a big event. Yeah, I'm waiting for June 6th to talk more about Exodus. What's up, Toxic? Gaming is going great. I'm having a great time. Hope you're doing well also. Cause it's like 40K Disney Princess. Bit bored to me, but I agree it's a very good romance. And it's probably the romance that had the most content before before Cabela came around. Saints Blood is so much to do. How do I tell you all that your servant is that your brother is done for? Gossipy servant, gossipy servant. I should be able to talk to you, shouldn't I? Servant, servant, servant. Can't talk to any of you, huh? I feel like I should be able to talk to one of you and tell you, hey, your brother is done for. But apparently that's not an option. You. Here, take this, eat. No one deserves to starve like this. Yeah, they don't really tell you that the food is what's missing. Oh, and he just gives you rebreathers? The Fusilia accepts the food from you in astonishment. But sir, you shouldn't have. Thank you, of course. Good grief, where are my manners? Here, I stashed a couple of rebreathers on the Lord General's orders. Just don't tell anyone I gave them to you. I already got the rebreathers, so that doesn't even do anything to me. For me, rather. Mount to charge. Here, 9, and we already have enough of these, but these we need more of. And then any junk, we have some junk. There we go, and there we go. With that, exactly my price while playing as a rogue trader, but I really like Cabela. Just a little bit less. Got you. Got you, got you, got you. Let's see. Here. Let's take this richly dressed. Right. Back to Shadowrun. Shadowrun is amazing, Senex. I've done reviews on both the Shadowrun Returns and Shadowrun Hong Kong. I did rankings on the companions and I did guides as well. Really enjoyed that series. What's up, Shulker? How are you, dude? Would you recommend Cabela Romance for a dogmatic or a heretic playthrough? Both. Either way, she's great. She's great. In fact, I would say, yeah, I think she's the best romance for both of them. If you're doing Iconoclast, she's a really strong candidate. I think I like Jay a little bit more for Iconoclast, but when it comes to dogmatic and heretic, I would say I think I consider Cabela to be tops. Things have treated me well, Shoker. I got no complaints, man. No complaints whatsoever. The expedition organized by the Lord Calixtus to the lower levels was a success, but its details are sealed. One of the tech priests involved in the conflict with the Adeptus Sororitas claims that the canonists demanded the artifact that the Lord Calixtus allegedly handed over to the fabricated general. However, the artifact was not among the cargo. The Fusiliers on guard duty informed the Lord General that a large container had been delivered to the governor's study, likely holding an artifact from a recent expedition. So go check that out. I would love to get all your opinions on Shadowrun. Yep, no problem, man. My pleasure. Plan to do another Heretic run when the DLC comes out. I'm going to wait until the next one comes out and do another Heretic run. Did a dogmatic one when the Lex Imperialis one comes out? Yeah, I did as well. I'm not sure if I'm going to do Iconoclast or dogmatic for this one, but I'm saving. When the next DLC comes out, I think I'm going to do a full live stream of Rogue Trader as a Heretic. Cabela can be pushed on the heretical path to use the heretical stiff for more damage and then switch it like almost the end of Act 4 in one of her conversations. I have to look at that. A hazy vision showed the moment of the attack. One figure struck another from behind and wounded the victim in the neck. A servant's brother disappeared. He mentioned that he had to carry out an assignment for someone among the high ranks and seemed frightened. Faint dried bloodstains were found on the floor near the side trace. The killers felt a sense of reverence while taking their victim's life. Whoever took this one's life attached special meaning to the act. Usually, Monkey slayed with far less reverence. Indeed, with none at all. So killing is a holy act for him. The act, or whoever the killer is. Best companion of all three games of Shadowrun? I prefer, who was it, Fury? The one with the claws, man, I loved her. I thought she was amazing, Q. And I love the guy who had the android or the robot rather he created that he almost kind of worshiped. To me, he was setting up to be like a mega villain. I'd be totally fine if we got another Shadowrun game and he was the main villain of it. I thought he was so freaking cool. So freaking cool. How's my go-to romance? Especially love it when playing Iconoclast. You know, I've never done a full Heinrich's romance, but like the dibbling dabbling I've done of it, it seems like it is a lot of fun, like kind of just messing with them. You know, looking at the DLCs, the last one does sound good for a Heretic Psyker. Yeah, and we're about to get another good companion for Heretic. So I feel like the last one we get will probably also be good for a Heretic run. And by that time, I should have a nice full squad of people who are all down with Heresy. And then maybe a Heretic playthrough is gonna feel much better to me. So I want to try it out again. Yeah, I almost never play as a female rogue trader, and the one time I did it, I was a heretic, which is why I've never experienced the full Heinrich's romance. But you know what? I think you just gave me my playthrough. I think I'm gonna be Iconoclast, female, and Romex Heinrichs, so that I can compare that with the other romances available in the game. The Samurai Ghoul, ooh, he was a lot of fun too. Really, really cool character for sure. Really, really cool character. The Agroseer biologist confirmed that the plant found in the ashes is poisonous. Contact with it can cause painful skin blisters. A plant with serrated spiny leaves was found in the governor's agri-conservatory. In the chapel, a similar leaf was found in the ashes. The Fabricator General's representative disappeared during the fight between the Sisters of Battle and the Adeptus Mechanicus priest. The Fabricator General prefers to entrust errands only to the servants of the machine cult, considering lay people too incompetent for even the simplest of tasks. One turn prior to the festivities, someone broke into their Agroseer's biologist's laboratory and stole a freshly cut stem from a poisonous plant. The environment necessary for the flora's survival is maintained with the help of sacred machines. The Lord Calixtus takes small doses of poison to develop immunity. The Agroseer biologist is responsible for preparing toxic mixtures for him. The Lord Calixtus is clearly aware that any deviation in his preventative poison dosage could prove fatal. This dusty volume with worn pages contains long stretches of text on the rules for ceremonies, rituals, and liturgy according to the canons of the ecclesiarchy. During the Invocatum Sanctus, the temple walls should be decorated with tapestries that depict the patron saint being honored by the ceremony. The image seen on the tapestry is that of Saint Sibelius. That is how his followers used to depict him several centuries ago.
Conducting analysis.
The tapestry depicts Saint Encrypted. This image of Saint Encrypted was removed from the canon after text not found. The Adeptus Sororitas entered into armed conflict with the priests of the cult Mechanicus over the crates, which may contain hair tech that the governor handed over to the fleet in exchange for the services of the tech priest Genitor. The guards saw the canoness and the Lord General Dome arguing over security and her distrust of the Scintillian Fusiliers. What up, Keck? How are you, dude? It's so sweet. Okay, I'm gonna have to try Heinrich. I'm gonna have to try it. Should have been able to corrupt more companions for base rogue trader. I agree. If Ash was a romance option, I hope it has a similar vibe to that of Darren. Darren was an amazing romance. I know she is not a good person. I hope Outcat sticks to that. In short, I want this world to ruin you. I think Outcat is good at that. Someone wrote doubts that Aspis will be romanceable because she is in the books. Arushale is also a character from Tabletop Wrath, and she is romanceable, so there is hope. Yep, I agree. Part of the reason I felt like Sealy should have been romanceable. Yeah, I saw that, Pepsi. No Fable until next year. I'm honestly not surprised. Not surprised at all. Find it funny that Marzai, or however you write that, doesn't leave you on heretical, considering how opposed to chaos and psychers they are. Actually, if I recall correctly, if you go full all-out heretic, he does leave you. Like the end screens basically tell you he does not stay with you. In fact, when the game first launched, they gave you end screens that made it seem like he leaves you, but he kind of can't stay away, so he kind of just visits you. But then Outcat decided even that wasn't consistent with lore, so they removed those end screens and didn't put anything in place of them. The guards saw the canoness and Lord General Doom arguing over security and her distrust of the Scintillian Fusiliers. The murdered servants' palms are covered in ugly blisters resembling burn marks. By the time the body dressed in livery was found, decomposition has started. A small cut was found on the neck. In the Vox record, the servant admits that he was carrying out work for an important person who was noticeably impaired. The parchment depicts the Archaeotech ventilation system that covers the entire perimeter of the Lucid Palace and marks the central cogitator that controls it.
Data. Identity.
Added to a couple of different things, okay. A few days before the festivities, human screams could be heard from the chapel as if someone was being tortured there. Some time ago, a confessor responsible for services in the chapel disappeared. Afterward, servants started hearing the distant sounds of his sermons echoing through the palace corridors. The network of mechanisms hidden within the chapel walls is a mere fraction of the archaeotech filtration system that runs throughout the entire palace. The works of the ancient spire engineers have likely been preserved by the tech priests overseeing the systems of the Lucid Palace. Logs from the cogitator controlling the archaeotech filtration system indicate a recent manual activation of the air intake within one of the palace rooms. A network of archaeotech mechanisms pervades the entirety of the Lucid Palace. The archaeotech filtration system is controlled by a central cogitator in one of the Lucid Palace's technical areas. What's up, Angelo? This investigation encapsulates the idea of there's no innocence, only degrees of guilt. Yep. Oh, sorry, lesbianism. Yeah, it happens sometimes. What up, K-Man? How are you, dude? What are you trying to solve at the moment? Was resolved about phone and got hella sidetracked. No, you're good. You're good. There was a murder of a team of battle sisters here at this palace, and I'm trying to figure out who was responsible for what occurred. Warhammer with friends at the release of Rogue Trader. All the grim darkness is gone. Friend was playing Ogrid and received an order to eat all. He ate all food with the plate. Nice. What up, Travis? How are you, dude? The control mechanisms for the tapestries are not displayed on the ancient blueprint of the chapel. Instead, the scribe marked the location of the cogitator with the jam switch, labeling it as filter 7. Huh. So it's a filter. Okay. Now, let's switch this out real quick. I hate that you have to do this. I really wish they would automatically have companions chime in on investigations, but you have to do it for now. Maybe they'll have that in the full game. And here we are. Now we got companions who can say some more. The injuries on the servant's body match those in the vision invoked by the warp echo. One of the plants in the Lord Calixtus's Agra Conservatory happens to be from Catacan. It is best not to approach it. This glass domes not only protect the planets, but also shield Agra Conservatory visitors from contact with hostile flora. The killer is a professional and left almost no evidence, but the criminal could not quickly dispose of the body in the palace corridors where servants are frequently passing through. There must be a place nearby where the corpse could be disposed of unnoticed. The chronicles of the Calixtan saints and details on how their images changed over the centuries can be found in a book titled Libra Sanctus, which we know we have. There are secret passages in the palace that servants once used. Awesome. All right, now let's switch y'all back out. What's up, Warhammer? Oh, what's up, Randall, rather? Yeah, I'm looking forward to Total War for sure. You know, hope you have a fantastic day. I am, man. I am, absolutely.
Moving.
Yeah, I know there's some people who really want Age of Sigmar RPG as well. Fable being delayed, I don't have an issue with it. I want them to give us a proper experience, so no problem whatsoever with them putting that on hold. Hey, can I buy things from you? I learned about your conflict with the Adeptus Auritas. What do you have to say about it?
Members of the Adeptus Auritas coveting technology that rightfully belongs to the Adeptus Mechanicus. Verbal exhortations proved insufficient, and it was decided to resort to violent methods. Forces dispatched by the Lord Calixtus introduced errors into the calculations for combat engagement, so it was deemed necessary to terminate the confrontation. The incident has been resolved.
That is all for now.
An expectation for more informative future communication has been queued.
At once.
Yeah, Louise, I definitely feel like they're gonna have to make some changes with him because across the board, we're pretty much all convinced he does not. He just doesn't. He's just unimpressive. He's just very, 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 very unimpressive. Okay, nothing there. And then you. It's just not the nerf of burst fire weapons. Haymar might have been usable. I mean, taking off that nerf would certainly be helpful.
No
I have
sense
not
in
played the 007 game. I might get around to it, but honestly, I'm not crazy excited about it. Yeah, his kit doesn't mesh well at all. Like to know more? There's archaeotech within the palace walls. Filters of some kind or something similar. Do you know anything about this? I am but a curious reader, not a member of the Adeptus Mechanicus. Zhao folds his hands before him. Once, the left wing of the chapel housed a library, primarily for the transcription of confessions, but the records of the ancient engineers could also be found there. Attendants used to read them to me. Now these records are in the keeping of the tech priests who maintain the systems of the Lucid Palace. You should visit their sanctuary. Perhaps something has survived to this day. Let's change the subject. And that'll be all for now. Let's do a full save. Right, you enjoyed it, Travis? Nice. I don't know what quest you referred to, Travis. You asked me about Fable, and I said I don't have an issue with it being delayed. I have learned of the armed conflict between the Adeptus Mechanicus and the Sisters of Canoness Marcella. What do you know about this? We do not consider what happened to be a conflict. As such, aggressive relations are impossible between two great organizations of the Imperium. It was merely a heated discussion about the boundaries of their respective jurisdictions. We deemed it necessary to intervene in order to clarify the situation. All parties acknowledge that the issue has been resolved. You have a tech priest from the Genitor Order working for you. May I ask how you managed to recruit him? Thanks to our position and centuries of diplomatic work, we benefit from certain connections among the priesthood of Mars. The amiable agroseer biologist DZE-17 has deigned to take an interest in the rare plants collected in our garden by our predecessor, and we have graciously allowed him to conduct research here for an indefinite period. Among other things, the esteemed agroseer biologist prepares special toxic compounds for us, which we consume habitually to cultivate an immunity to poisoning. The tech priest adheres to a stringent dosage that only a servant of the Omnissiah can ensure. Any deviation would lead to lamentable consequences, which we would very much like to avoid. Why do you consume poisons? In addition to their exquisite taste, which remains hidden from most uninitiated people, these compounds have a beneficial effect on our body, which taken in limited amounts. This practice helps us to build immunity and prevents us from dying when we unexpectedly encounter similar compounds in larger doses. However, should one neglect to keep the dosages small or to maintain a strict schedule in their consumption, the end result may be the opposite of wellness. This chieftain walks the path of the crude. He adapts, a wise leader, worthy of his tribe. Could I get a sample of the poison that the agroseer biologist has been preparing for you? We will instruct our chamberlain to open the doors of our study for you. Go and inform him that this is our wish. Enough about this. I must go. You know, looking at the DLCs, the last one, Hope this game subverts the trope of the main Inquisitor fall into chaos. We'll see. Yeah, I said I have no problem with Fable being delayed, Travis, because at the end of the day, I want the game to be right. And frankly, I'm not surprised that it was delayed. What's up, Gustavo? I enjoy when I get to tell and observe the whole truth. I just imagine my character recounting everything that happened while occasionally making gestures with her hands. Yeah, and it's cool to feel like you have a special relationship, right? Because sometimes you lie to everybody else and then tell him the truth. If all these less important characters will get portraits, I think they will. Considering everything is supposed to be voice acted, I think they will get portraits. I think it'd be cool if whether or not Anton falls to Heresy is up to us. like maybe our actions help decide whether or not he gets pulled down. Of course, there's no fall to chaos. That's propaganda from heretics. Top 3 games you would bring on a desert island? Wrath of the Righteous would definitely be one. Mass Effect Legendary Edition would be another. And maybe Witcher 3. Arkham Trilogy. Really like Heinrichs? Yeah, we were just talking about it. I've never done Heinrichs' romance. I might have to do that in the next playthrough. See everyone you speak to getting a unique portrait. Not everyone, but some of the main people. We'll see though. I require an escort. Most certainly, Master. Where would you like to go? Chapel Entrance, Governor's Study, Emperor's Statue, Agra Conservatory, go to the auditorium, go to the vestibule. I need to go to the palace entrance. Interesting. To the Governor's Study. The Lord Calixtus has permitted me to examine the poisons in his study. Take me there and show me everything. Before all else, I shall be obliged to verify that his lordship did indeed grant such permission. In any case, this way, if you please, sir. Top picks, thank Randall. The Bastion is 100%, is 1,000% getting invaded by Night Lords at some point. I'm looking forward to it. And in the Lords, the ultimate middle road inquisitor between Puritan and Radical. Yeah, he kind of notes that he doesn't care for you siding strongly in one area or another. How strange. I'm sure that it cannot be, can it? The elderly servant cast a worried glance over an exquisite shelf made of natural wood and filled with small bottles and vials tagged in a dozen different tongues. Nearly every one is marked with warning sigils denoting certain death should their contents be ingested. But where has that one measure gone? He was here before the reception. Noticing your gaze upon him, the man lowers his eyes and seems to shrink slightly. Take a sample for analysis. The Chamberlain watches carefully to ensure you do not pocket anything. What did the missing bottle look like? A clear liquid, utterly unremarkable in appearance, decanted into a small vial. A single measured dose of poison suitable for his lordship's needs, who has access to the study. None may enter here without his lordship's express permission, save for myself and his lordship, of course. Could the Lord Calixtus have accidentally drunk the dose? Absolutely not. To achieve the intended result, the poison must be administered on a strict schedule. The slightest variance in dosage would have the most deleterious effects on the body. His lordship would never deviate from his regimen. What are the effects of the missing poison if taken in high concentration? The blood coagulates within the veins and the eyes become inflamed and then burst. It is a slow and agonizing death. Yeesh. KCD, I have got to play KCD 2, especially since apparently Warhorse is going to be in charge of Lord of the Rings. So now I gotta finish that game to see how I feel about it. What about the new Molyneux game? Hype for that? You know, I haven't seen anything about it, Cube. I know he's doing something, but I know nothing about what he's doing. Looking forward to Fate of the Old Republic and Zero Company. Yeah, I think so too, Randall. I think so too. Take care, Art. Have a good night, dude. Really hope Zero Company is great. Me too. Noted, I need to look around. I must remind you that the Lord Calixtus has permitted you to examine only his collection of poisons. All other items in this room are the property of his lordship. I shall diligently ensure their safety and will not permit any liberty to be taken, even despite your rank within the Holy Inquisition, sir. The Chamberlain's voice quavers with fear, yet he stands his ground and meets your gaze without flinching. Have I played any of the expedition games? I have played Rome. That's it. Supposedly Vikings is amazing, but I've never played it before. Mostly tell the truth is my character is very much one of those, if my knives will help. Yep, I've been playing the same way, for sure. For sure. Tell him the truth, everybody else will see. Lost button. Interesting. And there's something over here, okay. Something over there, okay. And something I can manipulate over there. Okay. We'll believe none of what he says, half of what he types. We'll see. Notice there's an NPC called Sister Helena in the Bastion. Is she supposed to be a future sister, a battle companion? There are multiple sisters that you meet who are named in that way. It's possible she'd be a companion, but have no idea. Feel like I enjoy the role this MC plays more than Rogue Trader. Me too, Shulker. It's an improvement as far as I'm concerned. A massive painting depicting the current Lord Calixus. Wasn't it supposed to be? There we go. Okay, now. So we got to distract him so that he doesn't see what we're doing. Press keys. Okay. And now there are several fresh scratches on the wall next to the painting. It appears to have recently been moved. Tech use. Who's best at tech use? 60%, 65%. I know it won't be you. 70%. Let's see if I can get that going.
Resolved.
Oh, but I don't know a single catechism. All right, now. Sleight of hand. Before you lies an anthropomorphic ceramite construct resembling a suit of power armor severed at the torso. Its surface is scratched and covered in dust. Destroy the construct or examine it. I destroyed it in my first playthrough, so I actually have no idea what this is. Well, this MC may be the first outcast is made where you aren't immediately in charge. Well, yeah, I guess in Kingmaker, you're kind of immediately thrust into a leadership position. Wrath of the Righteous, you're not immediately in charge, but you are in charge very, very quickly. Whereas this is definitely, you feel like it's going to be slower before you get to a place of real importance. Don't forget WB for patenting it, set gaming back. I'm surprised the amount of people that give you lip in this game, regardless of you being in the Inquisition. Hey, they know your leaders are a long ways away. Consider the people you're dealing with. They're used to dealing with people who are powerful, you know? You can't let everybody push you around. Examine the device. Oh! Oh, I don't like that. I want to know what it is. I want to know what it is. Damn, I should have had, what's her name do it? No, you know, they probably still had her do it. But no, I want to know what it is. People would generally not map off to the Inquisition, but a governor speaking to an acolyte, you know, like we're not even a full Inquisitor yet. I use you, right?
Moving.
Actually, she can just move this vase. Please don't touch anything. All right, let's see. Now let's see. Move the frame. Oh, come on. Okay, here, hold on.
I always land on my feet. Adequate.
There we go. All right, examine. There we go. The dented armor before you resembles something made by the Ken, a secretive but advanced Xenos race. The machinery inside looks badly damaged, but it is possible that some part of it can still be salvaged. By the Ken. Who are the Ken? We're getting Votan and Dark Heresy. Is that what they refer to as Ken? The Iron Ken? Are they Votan? Governor Marius is very powerful and influential in the tabletop. Also very good at his job. Nice. It looks like Votan. Okay, interesting. I'll have to look up them. Xeno Hybris. Take the head off the construct. The head is surprisingly firmly welded to the body of the construct. However, with some effort, you manage to detach it without much noise. At that very moment, the Chamberlain takes notice of you. You are struck by an agitated shout. Wait, what are you doing? What is the meaning of this? Guards! I think the Inquisition is such a funny concept, considering the more powerful you are, the more they fear the Inquisition. I'm looking forward to seeing what high levels of power look like. Ooh, Governor's Data Slate. Booyah, another clue. And something here. Oh, look at that. Crude rifle. And rituals of the minor imperial cults. Okay. Booyah. More interesting things. Okay. And we are done here. All right. Chaos Gate Death Watch. Hey, I already did a video about it, Travis. They are the Voltan-like AI. They are space dwarves. Ad human who went to the core ages ago to do mining. Then the Galactic Empire before the Emperor fell. Us being the acolyte of Anton definitely also helps us when it comes to making sure people actually listen to us. It does. What do you want me to do? Arrest an agent of the Inquisition? Have you lost your senses? You must do something. I will not let this go, and I'll tell his lordship. Severan, pull yourself together. Everyone is looking at us. Unlike the agents of the Golden Throne, we must still maintain our decorum. It's like the altar boy came up to you to try speaking of with the authority of the Pope. Exactly. He doesn't know his proper place. The Votan just seemed like a mutant that went to planets with high gravity and adapted to that. Yeah, hold on. We assume your curiosity has been quite satisfied by inquiring about the contents of our safe. The governor does not appear angry or surprised by your behavior. I found xenotech in your safe. What can you tell me about that? We were unaware of the heretical nature of this machinery, as we did not possess the profane knowledge necessary to recognize it. Thank you for enlightening us. The Lord Calixtus' voice is dry and placid, but his eyes watch your face intently. Xenos Hybris. I have confiscated this Xeno artifact for the Inquisition. And we are grateful to you for that. Is that not the highest task of the Holy Ordos, to protect humanity from threats it does not recognize? I must go. All right.
Always on the move.
Not a fan of Grey Knights. Didn't play Demon Hunter yet. Why do you like Death Watch more than Grey Knights? Grey Knights would have a little troubling game. You'd have to kill literally everyone you see. All right. 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 All right in future DLCs, and then follow to a similar rhythm of content releases. Yeah, I'm pretty sure they said that they're not going to have augmentations in Dark Heresy. I don't know about shields though. Okay. Let's see. He's going to want that Xenos head. And before I give it to him, let's go ahead and analyze.
Initiating.
Decrypted fragments of correspondence make it clear that Lord Calixis was negotiating with the Lath World's fleet to purchase arms from them. Analysis. The poison recovered from the governor's study is inconsistent with the toxin detected in the Amasec. The Fabricator General and the Lord Calixis had already agreed on the transfer of a certain artifact procured by Hax's expedition in exchange for the weapons of the Adeptus Mechanicus. A button of pure gold. The red thread is made of expensive synth weave. For the purpose of building up a tolerance, the poison in the vial is effective only if taken strictly according to schedule. Governor Hax knows that the smallest alteration of the dosage can have dangerous results. The governor's chamberlain is missing a dose of poison. It was in the study when he entered before the start of the reception. The analysis showed that the toxicity of a single dose is insufficient to kill a healthy person. Poisonings are a common occurrence among the nobles, which is why many of them take diluted doses of poison to build up a tolerance. Others, like the rogue trader, demonstratively drink exclusively from their own flask. And they think us from ridding him of that filthy Xenos device. We absolutely did him a service. Which augmentation vendor and rogue trader looks more trustworthy in your opinion? I want someone who's going all the way with it. So the guy who's covered in cybernetics, give me someone who I know he gets high on his own supply. I want the same stuff that you have because you survived it. That gives me more faith that I would survive it. The other guy barely has any augments on him, which makes me wonder, are you really about that life? What up, Royale? How are you, man? Grey Knights are a bit lame. Another flavor of better than normal Space Marines. As opposed to Death Watch elite group. Yeah, who joined from all the Space Marines. I'm definitely excited about the Death Watch for sure. For sure. Grey Knight Combat Patrol is a gift for friends I didn't even buy. I would love a game focused on the Salamanders. That would be really, really freaking cool. I don't have... There's nothing that specifically... Oh, I was about to say... No, not even that. All right, cries in the chapel. The trial of faith is a common practice followed by some minor imperial cults, including certain death cults. Note, this information has not been confirmed. It involves inflicting injuries on oneself to prove one's loyalty to the God Emperor. In some cases, those who do this put themselves into a trance by using sacred incense. If the subject passes the test but later dies from their wounds, their body is covered with a tapestry bearing the God Emperor's image and left for several days. Well, isn't that interesting? And let's see, what's this deal? So we got Aspis, Lord General, Fabricated General, Lord Calixis, Pontifex, crime scene, okay. And the only thing left is conclusions. Why? Oh, here we go. Suspicious servo skull. A servo, oh no. Where is the Xenos head that we picked up? Here we go, Xeno artifact. Oh, because we had already seen some things. A Xeno artifact was found in Lord Calixis' safe. Although the construct resembled a mass of unidentified metal because of its poor condition, its head was recovered intact. And that's the way it looks. Interesting. I can't complain at all, Royale. A little bit tired also, but cannot complain. All right, here. So before we turn this head over, because I don't know if that will limit what we're able to do, let me also go over here Change out my warband and bring all these people in, accept. And then what do you have? Looks like we got a couple extra things we can look at. I swear I saw something, but nope, nothing's coming up. Okay. So we got +6. So let's check here. All right, +6. Okay, so here, hold on. Like the blood ravens more. I'm like Templars. Nobody likes Black Templars. What's wrong with the Templars? Okay, so filtration. Logs from the cogitator controlling the Archaeotech filtration system indicate a recent manual activation of the air intake within one of the palace's rooms. The ancient filter system in the chapel was manually activated, which drew air from outside the spire into the room, resulting in the deaths of the canoness and other sisters of battle. Potentially. The Fabricator General's representative disappeared during the fighting between the Sisters of Battle and the Adeptus Mechanicus priests. We got two options that have not been already refuted. Taking advantage of the Sisters of Battle being distracted by a conflict with the Tech priests, the Fabricator General infiltrated the chapel to install a reconnaissance servo skull, potentially. Taking advantage of the Sisters of Battle being distracted by a conflict with the Tech priests, the Fabricator General infiltrated the governor's study to steal a dose of poison. No, I think he installed a reconnaissance servo skull. And then the machine spirit remains on its path to the reflectors awaken it, yet its lumens flicker in nearby movement. There we go. So he put that there. Crime scene. One of the battle sisters' bodies is covered with a tapestry depicting an unknown saint. The body of the sister of battle was covered with a tapestry to honor her as one who had passed the trial of faith. The trial of faith is a common practice followed by some minor imperial cults, including certain death cults. Note, this information has not been confirmed. It involves inflicting injuries on oneself to prove one's loyalty to the God Emperor. In some cases, those who do not put themselves into a trance by using sacred incense. If the subject passes the test but later dies from their wounds, the body is covered with a tapestry bearing the God Emperor's image and left for several days. Yes, you can freely arrange things on the board, and if you make a decision, you can take it back. So like, I forgot where it is. So I made the decision that, hey, it's possible the sisters were killed by the filtration system. I could remove that determination if later I decided, you know what, that doesn't make any sense. But yeah, you can move all this stuff so that it's a little bit more clear how it all connects and what's connected to what. So by moving this over here, it's easier for me to see, okay, this is connected to the palace and to the tapestry. The Sister of Battle attempted to remove the tapestry with an uncanonical image of Saint Sibelius. During the inspection of chapel security, one of the now deceased Sisters of Battle, in her ignorance, awakened an ancient machine spirit sleeping within the walls of the Lucid Palace. The canoness and her sisters met a martyr's death from suffocation by toxins drawn through an Archaeotech ventilation system from outside the spire. The events were a tragic accident. Possibly. So now, I think when I look at this right here, hold on. It hasn't added it yet, but at some point it will, where it basically say, hey, they died because essentially they were careless. You can imagine how the Sisters of Battle would feel about that being noted as the reasoning. Yeah, it works out well, Shulker. They will agree. Is it what matters? What did matter? What did happen? The Space Wolf messed it up. You think Asmus did it, Angela? I don't blame you. She's not exactly the most trustworthy. The poison Amasak was prepared by the governor's enemies in an attempt to kill him. As a result, the Amasak contains a high concentration of a poisonous substance. Some influential persons is sending the Lord Calixtus threatening letters written on expensive parchment. Let's see that. Sure, maybe, possibly, probably. The vial took an extra. The governor's chamberlain is missing a dose of poison. It was in the study when he entered before the start of the reception. Seems like we still don't know what's up with that. Oh wait, no, we do. In the Vox record, the servant admits that he was carrying out work for an important person who noticeably lit. The servant stole the poisonous stems on the orders of Pontifex Cardius. Doom, boom, 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 boom. Canoness Marcella, we don't have anything relevant here. Vial of poison, nothing more relevant there. And crime scene, do we have a better option there? Body of the sister battle is covered with a tapestry to honor the one, her as one who had passed the trial of faith. Yeah, no. And okay, that's all we can do for now. And close that. Never seen an investigation board like that in a game. Looks good. I agree, Royale. I think it looks amazing. I think holds up quite well. Okay, nope, they don't provide anything new. This is the only thing I feel like they need to change. They need to make it where, hey, companions automatically chime in. You don't have to have them swap them. Salamanders over all others. We die a lot, but we're badass as we do it. Hey, sup, enjoyer. The writing of those cases is so good. It's full of decoys and false leads. Yep. Sometimes even NPCs try to push you off the right track. It sure is. And I agree. I think it's amazing. I think it's amazing and really, really freaking cool. Night Travis, take care, man. Yeah, the Canoness was about to expose someone, or at least she thought she was. I have questions regarding the murder of the sisters.
This topic has a low assigned priority on the list of topics of interest. However, as a
we already heard that. You
between
arrived at the
Inquisition
Lucid
and the
Palace to
main
retrieve a
world
certain
fleet.
artifact from the Lord Calixtus, did you not?
No. The arrival of this cognition unit was dictated by a different reason.
Hakadas Prime's voice changes subtly, yet noticeably at these words. He's trying not to give away any indication that you have correctly guessed the reason for his presence here. We'll come back to this later.
A suggestion to discuss
Regarding the
what valuable
artifact in the
topics is
governor's
made.
vault.
An extreme degree of interest in this matter is considered demonstrated.
Xenos Hybris, keep the robot's head. The device you asked me to find is an item of xenotech. I suggest the following. I won't tell anyone about your fascinating with the technology of humanity's enemies, and in return, you provide me with the information I need.
Requesting a pause in communication for risk analysis. The risks of being accused of a Tier 13 transgression are considered significant. A decision has been made to de-escalate the conflict and provide the information requested.
So are Votons actually Xenos? I thought the Adeptus Mechanicus actually work with the Votons. Or maybe I'm just thinking of the Mechanicus 2 trailer. Aren't they a potential unit you can use in Mechanicus 2? That made me think like they're part of the Imperium on some form or fashion. This unit of machinery belongs to the host of Servo Sentinels from the Lathe World Fleet. It was stationed in the chapel of the Lucid Palace with the purpose of collecting comprehensive data on events occurring within the territory. The auspexes of the Servo Skull detected sounds emanating from the chapel, a plasma discharge and a cry, presumably associated with pain-induced responses, were noted. A decision was made to disregard the events within the chapel. A Vox recording is being created for the purpose of transfer to the Acolyte. The servo skull descends onto the raised hand of the man in red. With one precise motion, the tech priest extracts a data crypt from the depths of the device and hands it to you.
Exhaustive information regarding the incidents has been transferred into the custody of the Inquisition. Further communication on this event is considered excessive.
Their race is connected to humans, sadly. Kind of, but they use AI tech, which is a big no-no. Votan are technically Xenos, but close enough to humanity we work with them when interests align, like Eldar, unsanctioned abhumans. They are abnormal humans, but don't think many in the Imperium know that, since they split off even before the Imperium was formed. Interesting. Huh. That's all. I need to ask a few questions, and that's all for now. Yeah, I agree. I'm a big fan of this guy and his voice as well. Okay. So we got you, General Aldrich. You're down here now. Does that mean you have something to say? Nope, it does not. In fact, your response is, don't pester me. Fine, fine. Regarding the murder, I found your button in Governor Hax's study. Aldom slowly picks up the button from your palm. If a gaze could melt metal, the button would already be a puddle. Must have been stolen by a servant. After all, one of these is worth a year in their wages. We'll return to this later. Must take my leave. We'll meet again.
No sense in delaying.
Anything? Nope. You got anything to say for yourself? Nope. You found out that the poison Amisac was intended for you. We already mentioned this when we told you the story of this drink. It seemed perfectly clear to us that we shared your opinion. The poison was intended for us, but by a tragic twist of fate, it went to the esteemed Canoness instead. I must go. All right.
Reconnoitering.
Somehow linked to 40K. That's Votan. Really? That's interesting. Votan are the appetizer for the Tyranids before the orc main course. We'll let Tyranids mess up planets so they can mine them? Really? That's wild. As you approach the guardsman, he snaps to attention with such fervor that you hear the crack of his vertebrae. The soldier stands fixedly ahead, avoiding your gaze. Examine the Fusilier's uniform. The standard issue Astra Militarum uniform is complemented with gold synthweave, a single strip of which likely costs as much as the entire uniform of a common guardsman. Examine the Fusilier's buttons. The buttons, gleaming gold, are adorned with an intricate symbol. It appears to be the heraldry of the guardsman's house. The design definitely does not match the one you are looking for. Leave silently. You hear a distinct sigh of relief coming from behind you.
Never still for long.
What up, Damien? I noticed they give a free copy of Outer Worlds Space of Choice for anyone with the base game. I got one, although they removed the original from the store. Interesting. You know, I'm not passionate enough about it to make a return to it, but I'm glad that they're giving it to folks for free. That's pretty freaking cool. The mighty operators were set up during the dark age of technology. Then that galactic nation fell. The emperor took power and made the current Imperium. So the Votan were never citizens. Oh! Well, that's interesting. All right, still nothing new for you. And I'm cool with selling you because I don't need you anymore.
Reconnoitering.
Let's see what you had to say for yourself, sir. Have you already found the culprit? I wish to ask you about the Canoness. He nods, a shadow falling across his face. Is it true that the trial you underwent is often practiced among death cults? Fixing you with an icy stare, the Pontifex replies flatly. If that is indeed the case, this is the first I am hearing of it. I fear I am not well versed in the history of minor cults as you are, slandered. His barbed response is undoubtedly meant to divert your attention away from the subject. The Pontifex's tone is too neutral, and its words too precisely chosen to be sincere. Let's change the subject. I must return to the investigation. I'ma figure out what's going with you. I'ma figure it out. Wounded tech priest. Anything new? Nope. You don't have anything new to say. New here? Nope. Nothing new there. Let's go. Primarily, I've been OP if it hadn't been for short, medium term mining operations. And the AI going crazy. In what way did that AI go crazy? Glory to the Emperor! A young woman wearing a Fusilier uniform offers a brisk salute as she studies you with unabashed curiosity. Examine her uniform. The cheapness of the fabric used for the woman's garb is immediately apparent. It seems she is eager to emulate her comrades, but lacks the means to do so properly. You haven't lost a button recently by any chance? No, sir. I have all mine on me. To prove her words, the guardsman displays a row of silvery buttons. Why are your buttons not gold? Her face flushes red, matching the scarlet fabric on her chest. I cannot afford them, sir, but I'm saving my pay. I aspire to be worthy of the high honor of serving in the Scintilian Fusilier's regiment. Return to your duties. At once.
Reconnoitering.
I imagine they skirmished with the Imperium hid during the pre-Horus Heresy conquest of the galaxy. Yeah. You have nothing new to say, right? Yeah, you're good. You're not involved, and I suggest you keep it that way. Basically, AI was supposed to help optimize the operation when included selective breeding and improve operation by downloading the life experience of miners. Might even be responsible for one of the lost Primarchs. Crazy. Glory to the Emperor, sir. A mustachioed Fusilier salutes you, his augmetic arm whirring. Examine the Fusilier's uniform. The impeccably fitted and richly colored outfit bears the marks of repeated repairs. Its owner has evidently served for a long time, a fact further attested by an ornate sash draped casually across his chest. Examine the Fusilier's buttons. A row of smooth, meticulously polished golden buttons disappears beneath the shoulder slash. Would you kindly move that sash out the way? A flicker of unease crosses the Fusilier's face before he moves the fabric aside. Beneath the sash, one button is missing. What happened to your button, guardsman? The guardsman pales, his mouth pressing into a thin line that makes his mustache bristle. Do I have the right to refuse the answer to your question? You are denied that right for the duration of this investigation. Thank you for your candor. Shortly after the guests began to arrive, Lord General Doom did me the honor of requesting I donate one of my uniform buttons to repair her own tunic. I cut one from mine and affixed it to the Lord General's attire. The reasons for such an order, as well as its implications, are unknown to me. The guardsman nervously chews his thin lips. That is all I know. By your leave, I must return to my duties. Ooh, she lied. She lied. Instead of 100 years of Ithaca, it's been running more than 20,000 years at least. Some of the plectries say glory to Simon with such a fervent devotion is hilarious. It's going to be even funnier when you can actually hear their voices. Well, that downloaded eugenics, basically. Weird. With no update or restarts, but people just religiously uploading all their data to the AI cores. So did the Voton realize their AI has gone insane? I know you're lying. You could not have failed to hear the gunfire. Confess. Barnabasis's face turns white as chalk and sweat beads on his forehead. Looking at you, he gulps convulsively and then blurts out, At the moment the Canoness was killed, Von Chador and I were not at our post. We abandoned it. Why did you abandon your post? By order of Lord General Dome, she commanded us to break up a scuffle between some nobles at the security post near the docks, but by the time we arrived, it was already over. So we just cleared away the body and that was that. We went to report to the Lord General, but she wasn't there. And she wasn't responding to the Voxcast either. Waited for her for a while, then we came back here. Well, Vaughn did stop for an eye-hole stick, but after that, we were in full tilt the rest of the way. We didn't want to miss the moment the Canoness exited the chapel. I'll be back.
Never still for long.
And the plot thickens. Boltan realized it like the Imperium realizes its leadership is insane. Realizes it, but is powerless to do anything about it. Got you. Wish to discuss something else. Show a pic of the dead servant with burns. Do you know this man? Any thoughts how he injured his hand? An unknown unit, but the injuries are known. They are definitely chemical in origin, such as might result from contact with toxic plants. The Agroseer biologist almost presses his face against the pic. A sample capable of causing such a reaction was recently stolen from my sanctum. I offer praise to the Omnissiah for the rightful retribution upon this floor thief. Is that something else? That'll be all for now. Okay.
Moving.
Ain't no thief like a floor thief. All right, we already inspected these. We already inspected the servant course before. They're aware there's civilization issues in the way things are running, but they're in too deep now. That's unfortunate. Like real life, basically. Yeah, it's true, Davey. Unfortunate, but true. The Voltan don't even... They let the AI just grow them in tubes? Really? Everything needs to be optimized, which is done by AI, which is glitching out. Wow. So why did the Adeptus Mechanicus find them to be trustworthy allies? Grim and dark, some would say. Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Let me just confirm. Is there anything new we find on this body? Or at least some would say, nope, apparently not. All right, no, we've already gotten everything we can get out of that body. Let me just confirm, there's nothing else we can get from here. Oh, they won't even let us. Why won't they? We're supposed to have a, oh, you come up over here now? That's interesting. That's weird. I swear we came up here over here and already looted that, but Voltan are all bat babies. Crazy. They hide all the AI stuff in the Imperium.
Reconnoitering.
And Mac worship the eater of knowledge. You all have anything new to say? I understand the screams were heard coming from the chapel shortly before the celebration. Tell me what happened there. The sisters exchanged glances. Neither of them is eager to speak first, but eventually the younger one forces out the words. Helia, we will have to answer that. Pontifex Cardius, the Lucidians have long been spreading deplorable rumors about him. To silence his ill wishes once and for all, the Pontifex decided to undergo the trial of fate and invited Canoness Marcella herself to witness his commitment to the creed. We do not believe that the Honorable Pontifex was involved in the murder, for it was Arch-Cardinal Ignato who chose him for the procession. I hope this explanation satisfies you. What kind of ceremony causes a person to scream as if they were being tortured? Some trials require self-sacrifice, Acolyte, and that is all I can say of the matter, as I know little else. Sister Helia clearly realizes that her explanations are unconvincing, but she is telling the truth. Moreover, it is evident that she herself is confused. Whatever happened in the chapel, it was not part of our order's usual customs. One moment, why do you not suspect the Pontifex? Because he himself volunteered to undergo the trial. The Honorable Pontifex proved his devotion to the God Emperor. Otherwise, Canoness Marcella would not have allowed him to lead the procession during the celebration. I've heard enough. Indeed, that is enough. We do not wish to discuss the Honorable Pontifex any further. Should get back to the investigation. Squats are still around? What do you mean the squats are still around? What are squats? Are squats just disenfranchised Votan now or what? The Mechanicus would love to cut their Votan AI cores open, but it is almost a religious importance to the Votan and super necessary for them to live.
Always on the move.
Okay. Anything new? I just want to check. Large, max. Okay, cannot look at her body anymore. Does not look like anything new is opened up. Just wanted to double check before I start trying to confirm that yes, this is the deal. Squats are abhuman mutants living in hive worlds. They wish they were Votan. What's the difference between Votan and squats? Do they actually look different? Squats were old school space dwarfs. I'm human. I actually like them. You like them more than the Votan? Why? Squats were GW's first take on space dwarfs. Kind of derogatory. Is that why they switched it up to the Votan? Interesting. And they put me over here, even though that's not where I exited,
No
but
sense
okay.
in delay.
All right, now I want to talk with here. We're gonna do one last round of good to see you back, Top Boss. We're gonna do one last round of these. Let's see. Lord General Dome was not present when the guards arrived to report de-escalation of the situation with the guest who arrived ahead of schedule. The agroseer biologist responsible for the governor's garden confirmed that the blisters on the dead man's skin matched those that could be caused by contact with a plant stolen from his laboratory. The Servo Sentinel was transmitting the chapel incident to the fabricated general. The Prime heard a cry among the sisters of battle, yet he did nothing. The Lord General Doom ordered for a subordinate's button to be sewn onto her uniform since she had lost hers. What is the button connected to? Lord General O'Doom. That's it. Okay, interesting. I don't quite understand how the button fits into everything. In an attempt to disprove the besmirching rumors surrounding him, Pontifex Cardius invited Canoness Marcella to witness his commitment to the Imperial Creed through the trial of faith. The screams coming from the chapel belonged to him. No, we know both of those are not true. Nope, that's not true. Nothing there is true. Nothing there is true. There we go. So now we have the option to say it was all an accident if we want to. But is that truly to our advantage? We'll see. What class is that rogue trader? Officer. Squats are retcon. Votan were remade. The few old squat instances are considered Votan, who came to the Imperial era after the AI core was destroyed, or other reasons. Interesting. Interesting. Okay, that does not add anything. Now let's go through the last round of conversations. Are there any theories about who the Xenos related to the Tyrant Star are in the game? Not that I've seen, Luis.
Always on the move.
I don't have any theories. Okay. Oh, yeah. Seems like Chaos Necrons or Dark Eldar to me. I would say Chaos. What's up, Anna? I'd say they're pretty far in development. I'm expecting this game to come out in December. There are some people who feel like we'll get it in October, but we'll see. Hoping it's a new thing, but I don't think GW would allow it. GW would definitely not allow it. want to ask you about the canoness. I know about your trial in the chapel. Tell me about it. For a moment, the mask of composure slips from the Pontifex's face. He stares at you intently, and in his widened eyes, you read astonishment. In the name of the God Emperor, how did you... Ah, the canoness's subordinates could not keep their tongues, could they? My situation is irrelevant to what transpired. If you already know of the trial, then you also know that it was carried out at my behest. Canoness Marcella had... Cardias nervously licks his dry lips before continuing. Canoness Marcella had certain misconceptions about me, brought about by malicious rumors concocted by my enemies. Therefore, I invited her to attend a rite of faith, the results of which satisfied us both. I assure you the conflict was resolved. Despite the Pontifex's even tone, you notice that his face has reddened and his eyes are bloodshot. This topic clearly agitates him. Diplomacy. Pontifex Cardias, let us speak plainly. You are hiding something and it looks suspicious. Help me remove you from the list of suspects. He regards you with undisguised contempt. Have it your way then. Yes, you are correct. The canoness believed me unworthy of holding the office of Pontifex. I did everything I could to prove her wrong, but she was not satisfied with the result of the trial of faith. Even after long hours of torment, which she watched, torment that left me a crippled wreck, she declared me not a heretic, but a coward. The Pontifex no longer looks at you. His face twists as if his mouth were filled with filth, and he spits out each word that follows. A coward who turned his weapon upon himself instead of wielding it against the enemy. I cannot forget her words, nor how she said them, as if I were worse than the dirt beneath her feet, as if I were unworthy even of her contempt. Bloodshot eyes rise to meet yours, and saliva sprays from the cleric's lips as he demands, how dare she die having the last word for herself? He takes a deep breath, exhales, and utters his words sharply through clenched teeth. Enough questions for today, slandered. May his will guide your search for the truth. Crazy. All right, so I talked with him. That's done. Imagine all that will be voiced in the game. I can't wait. So far, the voice acting has been very, very nice. Well done. Ha! This guy seems like he's in a good place. Okay, you have nothing more to say. And the Lord General. Regarding the murder, according to information obtained from Corporal Barnabassus, you were not present in the hall when the canoness was killed. Rubbish! I was here the entire time. That soldier clearly overindulged in Amisac while on duty. He will be reprimanded to the fullest extent for dereliction of duty and for slandering a superior officer. I will personally carry out the punishment. Have no doubt. Must take my leave. Glory to the Emperor. Oh, show the Pontifex's portrait? Oh, sorry. I did show it earlier in the stream. I showed the full version of it. I don't think he'll let me talk to him again. I'll try though and see. Nothing new for you. You'll probably have nothing new as well. Yeah, you just have escort abilities. And you don't provide anything new either. Okay. Let me go back to the Pontifex. Where is he? Yeah, over here. Leave me alone, Acolyte. So yeah, I can't look at his stuff right now. Here we go. Does it show? Yeah, it doesn't show his portrait here either. Torture during the trial of fate left the Pontifex's body with incurable injuries. He damaged his leg and will remain permanently lame. The Canoness did not recognize the results of the trial of fate the Pontifex was subjected to and called him a coward. The Pontifex never forgot this affront. All right, you, yeah, nothing more to do there. Nothing more I could do there. Nothing more I could do there. All of that we already figured out was not correct. I think we're ready to accuse someone. But let me do this one last time. Let me bring in my other folks. Make sure there's nothing they can't research or uncover that might give us a different perspective. There is not. So now the question becomes, who is the team that I go to war with? I need one other officer. It's going to be Aspis. Discordance is definitely coming with me. I need these two. I could take one more. I could take Cog, but honestly, I think Sorrow is more useful than Cog in this particular battle. And the question as well is, as much as I like Larthier, he does go down kind of easy. And there's a lot of people in this freaking battle. A lot of people. There's a part of me that almost says Larthier might need to go. And in exchange for Cog. To give me a little bit more tankiness. Or Raakti. Maybe Raakti go in exchange for Cog. Yeah, I think we'll try that. As much as I appreciate you, darling, I think we're gonna go with that team. Sorrow, is there anything you need that I haven't already given you? Cog, actually, is this better than what you currently have? It is a little bit, huh? Attacks with this weapon deals 16 more damage when the target's armor durability is reduced to 0. That's actually insane. Very nice. Add this to junk. Oh yeah, there's actually a few things here that need to be switched out. Invigorate. How does that work again? The wielder restores wounds to an ally within 7 cells and all allies within that ally's influence. That could actually be pretty useful. What kind of armor are you wearing? Okay, yeah, that works. And then you got more willpower and +6 damage to Xenos and Daemons. This is not useful in this battle, but you probably don't have a better option anyway. Oh wait, whenever warrior uses push, they get defense against melee attacks until the start of the next turn. That's actually not a bad look for you. Okay. Now we got that and grenade, that and grenade, that and grenade. Double up that, double up that. All right, fine. Epione or Tuma are good for area of effect bonus attacks in this round. I don't find Epione good for the area of effect because a lot of her weapons don't do all that great damage. But her Melta is actually, you know, she has good Melta now. I haven't compared this Melta with what she already has. This is a good point. That's a good call out, Rob. I forgot about that. She's not good at the beginning, but at this point, Sorrow is a must. I need another officer, give extra charge, so she's a must. So if she was gonna come out for one of these three. As much as I love Larthier, this is just not a single target type of deal. But you know, he can also stun people, and that's a big deal. So yeah, as much as I hate it, I might have to let go of Discordance if I put in Epione. Let's see. What is your Melta doing right now? Okay, so you've got an even better Melta. Wait, attacks with this weapon deal plus 16 more damage when the target's durability is reduced to 0. That's actually really nice. And that's not what she has right now. So this is better than this, actually. Very, very interesting, even though technically The other one does a little bit more damage. And she has an upgraded shotgun. Look at that. Damn, girl. Every time I try to let you go. What you got going on? Ability and a modification. What's this? While in cover, attacks against them? No. In her influence. Might not come up all that often, but still. Ranged attack. Hit chance. Defense against this attack. Situational. Her ballistic skill is alright. For 1 round, area attacks deal, but nothing can be used for that. Agility bonus. Target gains reflex. Hey, defense for 1 round. That's potential. Oh, in fact, I already had a star on that. Well, then sure. That settles it. What is currently sitting here? Get down. For 1 round, enemy area attacks deal 28% less damage. That is pretty cool. Revel in slaughter. There we go. More defenses. Yeah, sure, we'll take it. She is useful. The needle pistol and that talent that lets her melee whoever gets close. I didn't feel like that melee talent did all that much damage, so I never used it regularly. All right. So yeah, we'll run with this. We'll run with this. As much as I like discordants, we'll use them more in the main game anyway. Actually here, let's go ahead and get this off you because we need to go into this full strength. That much I do remember. All right. And now the worst balanced fight in the entire game. Well, not this one, but the one afterwards. I know what happened to the Canoness. I do not recall receiving your report yet, but I'm willing to listen to your assumptions. The Battle Sisters met their end through a tragic mishap resulting from a malfunctioning archaeotech filtration system activated by one of their own. The truth, as usual, lacks the elegance of the theories built to surround it. It is no wonder the Lucidians embrace lies so willingly. The Inquisitor closed her eyes, lost in thought for a moment. I suggest you keep this to yourself. We now know that Marcella's death was no assassination, but the others do not. Give the nobles their culprit and let them rejoice in the chance to snatch another scrap of influence for themselves. It will serve the Holy Ordos well here on Scintilla. We'll immediately send you a report with all the details. All right. So the first time I went on ahead and just said, hey, it was an accident. They messed up. Battle Sisters hated that, made it clear that they were disgusted with it and that they would draw their own conclusions and find someone else to blame. Fabricator General, Lord Calixus, Pontifex, crime scene. The God Emperor called Canoness Marcella and her sisters to him for their unwavering faith and their righteous deeds. Interesting. Canoness Marcella and Pontifex Cardius harbored a mutual dislike and differed in their views on the proper way to serve the God Emperor. The protracted feud led to the tragic deaths of the Sisters of Battle in the chapel, which was orchestrated by the Pontifex. I just don't like that either, to be honest with you. And obviously Auspice Troida didn't do it. Although, I guess if I was doing a hardcore, like, religious playthrough, I could just figure her forward and destroy her in the process. That would probably be fun. Fabricator General probably lose a bunch of reputation with the tech priest. I wonder what happens if you... It just feels... the investigator in me feels like it's just so wrong to say it's someone else when it's clearly not them. I just don't like it. I'll have to do like a specific playthrough where I find that more acceptable. Don't blame the innocent guy. Exactly. She needs something upgrade for a claw. Maybe poison or bleed enemies. Yeah, something that gives it a little more pop. So, logical inference, Aspis Trotter, Lord General, the Fabricator, Lord Calixus Hacks, Pontifex Cardius, or the God Emperor called her home. No clues found. The word of the Golden Throne's agent is considered conclusive proof. Warrant, you can't blame Chorta. The warrant protects her. Well, I got the option here. I got the option to do it. In fact, I'd do it right now if I was going to use her as a companion. Just say the Emperor took him. Let's see what happens when we do that, honestly. I'm curious. There's not actually an option to connect Aspis to murder, and your accusation ends up being just vibes. But what happens to her? What if being wrong is more beneficial than right? And it's more about accusing the right people. I mean, you could definitely look at it that way. When I play it for the first time, it's going to be about being right. All right, it seems like we've nailed it down to either I'm going to blame Pontifex or I'm going to blame the God Emperor. Put a 1 in the chat if you want me to blame Pontifex. Put a 2 in the chat if you want me to blame the God Emperor. I see Pontifex over on Twitch. Pontifex, God Emperor. 1, 2, 3. 2, of course. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 for Pontifex. And then 1, 2, 3, 4. Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And 6 for the God Emperor, dead even. Hilarious. He already looks guilty, so definitely 2. All right, God Emperor just won out. I hereby submit a conclusion based on meticulous inquiries and painstaking interrogations conducted by your devoted servant. The God Emperor called Canoness Marcella and her sisters to him for their unwavering faith and their righteous deeds. Send report. Ba-boom. I wonder how pissed she'll end up being. That general and governor having an affair? What do you mean, Emery? Oh, like they're in a relationship? No, she wanted the artifact. I've concluded my investigation and am ready to deliver the verdict. You are most timely, Acolyte. I've just finished reviewing your report. Lady Oliant's pallid face freezes for a long moment. I believe the leaders of Scintilia will be obligated to accept your verdict, but do not expect it to be welcomed by those who inhabit the spires, or that you will gain any new allies here. This is my final verdict. Please inform the governor and gather everyone to hear it. In that case, I will approach the governor immediately and summon the guest. Uh-oh. Seems like they're not particularly pleased with my conclusion. Take care, Warhammer. They just think your acolyte is dumb. The highest ranking personages of Scintilla assemble before you to hear the accusation. When this crowd's whispering dies down under the planetary governor's stern gaze, Lady Olianth nods to him and then takes her place beside you. By the will of the God Emperor, may he reign eternal upon the Golden Throne, a representative of the Holy Orders has deigned to deliver onto us his judgment regarding the tragic demise of Canoness Marcella. Severan, read it out. Chamberlain produces a data slate and clears his throat. Following a thorough investigation, the Holy Ordos has concluded that the sentence shall fall upon The pause drags on as the Chamberlain squints at the verdict. He looks tentatively at the governor, then back at you, and then once more at the data slate. He seems to be extremely embarrassed. My apologies. He clears his throat again. The Holy Orders have concluded that the God Emperor called Canoness Marcella and her sisters to him for their unwavering faith and their righteous deeds. Governor Hax turns his heavy gaze upon you. For a fleeting instant, his nostrils flare. Other than that, the Lord Calixtus displays no hint of disappointment. The young battle sister's face turns crimson with rage, and her hand moves towards the bolter secured at her waist. How dare you? Compose yourself, Priscilla. Sister Helia turns to you. My sisters served the God Emperor faithfully. Their devotion was truly unshakable. Yet even a blind man can see that the God Emperor had no part in their deaths. By what cause the Order of the Sacred Roses earned such mockery from the Holy Orders, I cannot fathom. But this, I swear, we shall not forget. Are you threatening me in front of all these people? Well then, let us satisfy the curiosity of the crowd. Draw your weapon, sister. We will settle this here and now. We fight in the name of the God Emperor, not for the amusement of the crowd, acolyte. Sister Helia spits out the last word as if it were bitter on her tongue. You will pay for your words when he calls upon your soul. Our order is known for its patience, and so I will wait for that moment with eager anticipation. Sister Helia turns her back on you. We should go, Priscilla. We must return our sister to their order's abode. This is awesome. Yeah, enjoy it. This is definitely good stuff. We believe this sorrowful cup of an inquiry has been quaffed to the dregs. We shall arrange for all possible honors to be bestowed upon the revered Canoness Marcella and for her remains to be delivered into the custody of the Order of the Sacred Rose. Honored guest, you are all now free to depart the Lucid Palace, that you may return in brighter times. Your comm bead crackles to life, emitting the voice of Yormis Haas. Commander Haas here. I can't get the verdict into the Lucid Palace hangar. The Vox station attendant won't respond. Probably died of boredom and no one's opening the gates. Setting down in the outer docks. I'll be waiting for you there. Classic Imperium indeed. You know that Lord Inquisitor Zero will be facepalming so hard. He need to get a new mask. I can't wait to hear his response. Now I've got to do a full run where it's always the answer as if you hadn't gathered any clues. I got to do that now. Wow, that was hilarious. Intercepting signal transmitted via secure Vox channel used by the Palace Guard. Through the hiss of Vox static, burst of gunfire cut in, followed by the labored voice of General Aldrich. To all forces, it's under attack. Clear path to the main hall. Evacuate. And the governor. The Vox signal has been lost. Warning, the Ospect is registering movement. An unidentified group is advancing toward the Acolyte. Kind of know there was most likely an accident, but honestly, there are a lot of clues that point to the idea that a Pontifex may have planned to kill her but didn't get the chance. True, but he never got the chance, so it definitely wasn't him. Yeah, he definitely wanted to kill her himself. Let's see, 3 people first, huh? Cog, you know what I want from you. All the way out there, and then you are going to be able to go soon. Where's my medic? I wanted my medic right behind Cog, but I guess that was asking for a little bit too much. Here, you can come right behind Cog, and then you, Aspis, you're over here behind cover, and then you're over here behind cover. Whoops, nope, you can't get behind cover. Damn, which means She needs to get behind cover, because then you can come over here, and then you, is that cover? I think, no, it's not, isn't considered to be cover. How far are y'all? Y'all here, and then all the way up there. Very interesting, very, very interesting. I'm gonna say, yeah, let's see. This, I'm behind you, right? Here, let's make absolutely sure I'm behind you. And then get it started. What's up, Peter? How are you? It would be great if you could tell the Inquisitor the truth every time. There we go. Okay, he blocked. But keep the report as vague as possible in these kind of iffy situations. Let's see. I will start with you. Wait. I will start with you. And then a little bit more.
With purpose.
And then, can you get to him? You sure can. And whatever you're trying to do, stop it. And then I'm also gonna do a little bit of this. Give us a little bit of protection, and bam. Now, you got 2 of these. Let's see. Twice the value for armor against each enemy in that allies. Next turn by 6% for each what enemy is said in the allies? Yeah. Well, you're gonna go create maybe, you know what? No, we don't know that. I wish I could hit pause on you some kind of way, but I can't. So I'll just try to, you know what? Cog is gonna take care of all of you, so I'm not really worried about y'all. Oh, I only get a 19% on you? That's not cool. 62% if I go for the arms. Could have been worse. Ah, crap. Alright, fine. Alright, now. Can you go all the way for that? No, I can't. So we'll do that. And then we'll also do this. Soften you up. And then we'll also, when we get over in this area, make sure that we have a little bit of protection against them. Port like that should get me fired. Had no idea how enlarge actually works. Rarely used it. Oh man, enlarge is amazing. And then you get another option later on that's even better. I forgot the name of it, but you're gonna get some really cool options for sure. Really cool options for sure. Let's do this. Who are you? Roar of Engines. I don't know what the engines are about. And then some sort of lieutenant. We're gonna put the lieutenant on lockdown if we can. We can. And then that means 1 action point each, right? So you are gonna need to run a lot. So we'll put that on. And then let's see, you. Ooh, ooh, you in a bad spot, homie. You're in a really bad spot, and frankly, I don't feel sorry for you at all. Wish I could have turned on guidance, but it is what it is. She's all the way back here. She's gonna come over here to stay within the protection. She could try to until the end of their turn. Yeah, here. Here, let's use this to get 1 step closer up to you, and then give you some more defense because you need it. And she can reach all the way up there, right? She doesn't have a grenade, so yeah, that's it for now. And this a dog walking before the end of the year would be a treat. Yep, I agree wholeheartedly. All the way up to a 38 3 times. I barely act one. Haven't even done Great Garrison. That's awesome, dude. That is awesome. Wait, what the hell? She doesn't. She's got to. How does she not? Okay, I was about to say, how do you not have Bring It Down? Okay, they just don't have all their stuff over here. That's weird. Ranking the ranks. Thunderous voice of command. That's what we have here, right? Okay, cool. Man, I wish she could have went one step closer, but oh well. Let's see. Can she get to any of y'all? No, not really. She can't even shoot towards any of you yet, right? Yeah, no. Take care, Royale. Have a good one, dude. I could give one of you another turn, but it wouldn't do anything right now, so we're just gonna have to chill. All right, now you're gonna go. And then we'll go with this. Beautiful. And then he's gonna go with this. Come on. Woo! And he will go ahead and take you out if possible. There we go, 73%. And ooh! Not cool. Not cool, man. Oh crap, I forgot he
need to fight again.
He needed more armor. I completely forgot about that. Let's see. We will come out here. And then damn, if I give him an extra turn, I don't think he gets the ability
This
to...
will be done.
Here, hold on. Does he get the ability to... You could come out here. And... Oh, you know what? I'm curious. Does this work? Nope. Even if you activate a heroic act, it still will not let you use an attack power. That's interesting. Let's see. Fighter, infantryman, you're about to go. I don't care about that. Threat awareness, roar of vengeance. Lieutenant is down right now. Sniper is not. So you know what? We'll see if we can put you on lock. There we go. Lawful Good Monk builds online. I couldn't find a single one. Aeon, in-game +79 times. Yeah, Aeon can be really, really powerful. Can be very, very nice. Damn, I messed this up. Let's see. Yeah, sure. I guess I could go for you. 126, 93. I can't reach any of y'all over there. Oh, I can't even reach them. Won't let me get that far, huh? All right, I'll have to wait until I can get closer. That'll work. Only problem is I might not be able to get Cog out of the range of this gunship. I'm not sure if I'll be able to. Let's see. Do that. Very nice. Very, very nice. Let's do this. And let's do this. Yep, that works. You're up and at 'em. Here. The roar of the engines. Does that mean all this stuff is going to land when this happens? I think so. Which means I don't have to really worry about a couple of you. But here. You're going to come first here. You're going to come, I think, in melee range. So I want that. So I'm good with that. You might not. So let's do this. How much will this damage do? Not enough. But this one would. Beautiful. Can he still walk? He cannot. That's unfortunate. But here. Actually, Cog needs to be able to move anyway. So this works for me. So then I'll come up here. Guided steps. And then I'll still be able... Oh, that's right. I just used a psychic move, so I'm okay. So let's do this. And now you're dead as well. You're lucky that I can't move again. Otherwise, I would use my heroic act and obliterate you further. You're going to come up here. And then you will come over here. And unfortunately can't do much more right now, but since you're standing in the open, we'll give you some extra defense. And she doesn't really need to do anything else, so she'll chill out. And then you unfortunately can't get any further really. But you can do is, that was useless because it only affects people in her vicinity, but oh well. You know, I really want to give him an extra turn, but we're already at 19 veil degradation, so not interested in really increasing that any further. So we'll let this go. Here, we're gonna... Let's see, this is 29. Yeah, that wouldn't be enough. So here, let's do this. There you go. You're out of here. And then let's go all the way over here. And then let's come all the way over here. And then, oh crap, I can't use the increase armor thing because I just used charge, which is unfortunate. Okay. But let's see, by reducing you all down some, maybe I'll make it easier for the gunship to obliterate you all. So let's see what happens now. Boom, yep. They all just got decimated. Not cool. Not cool, man. I'll take it. All right, now. Now, no more gunship, but we got a bunch of people who are all the way in the back. So they're not really able to help much. Let's see here. We're going to go ahead and give you an extra turn and just be done with it.
Following the plan.
And just hope that you are able to do something. Take that off. Oh, crap. That's right. With an extra turn, you didn't have enough AP for me to do that. That's very unfortunate. Regular soldier, the lieutenant. We'll put the lieutenant down. All right, now. You are probably still too far away in order to get a shot off, right? Yep. All right. Unfortunate. Immobilized. Like that. Nice. Okay. And then that. And then let's bring veil degradation down some more. And then whoever all y'all are. What's the problem? Why can't I? Oh, yeah, okay. Being able to defeat them without attacking him is not going to happen. So instead, but now I'm too close. Here, hold on. There we go. We're good. We're good. And broken. We like it when they're broken. And here we'll take this, and we will put another one of you on lockdown. Restarted my heretic run so many times I know I can play an evil character. I just need to get into character and go through the talk with Calcazar. It's got a nice evil run for sure. Road Trade has a nice evil run for sure. You're immobilized. Here, let's do this for you. And there we go. We'll lay you the rest for loan for now. You've only got 10, but you're broken, so I'm not really worried about you. Instead, we're going to come over here. And, oh, we could do a super melee attack against you. Oh, but the super melee attack only does like 21. Here. Let's also do this for you. I should have done a melee attack, the attack against him. Ooh, this dude is going crazy. Absolutely insane. He's like, I want all of you dead. Every single last one of you. There's not a single person involved that I don't want obliterated, if at all possible. Yup. He's like, there's not a single one of you who can't just go ahead and go. Why aren't all of you dead yet? I forgot how this thing works. I think maybe it's how many people you kill. Every time you get a kill or every time he does an attack, he can do guidance again. That's working out very well also. Okay, so there's only one guy left. We would have to come closer in order to be able to do this. What's up, Clay? I do like the combat more here than I did in well, Wrath of the Righteous? That's a good question. If you're talking about just the combat, yes. But I like the flexibility more in Wrath of the Righteous. The way you can flip back and forth between real-time with pause and turn-based at will. You don't have that same turn-based here. And there's definitely times when I miss that. But as far as like whether or not I like the combat itself and what you're capable of, I enjoyed immensely here more than I did in Wrath. Oh yeah, well, this isn't the one, the fight that's the problem, GL. This is actually just the beginning of the issues. This is just the beginning. He gave her guidance and it's not listed anywhere here. I don't appreciate that. Well, we're just going to keep going. Can she reach you? Nope, she can't reach either one of you. So it's a wrap. All right, fine. But he's here. And he was going to make it happen, Captain. And you. And there you go. And then up over here we go. And now we're done. Now we've reached the real problem. We had already begun to suffer the absence of your company, Acolyte. Ensure that the enemy does not give chase while we escort everyone to safety. You live, Acolyte. Under the current circumstances, that is most fortuitous. Heed the words of the Lord Calixtus and provide us cover. Attacks everywhere. Boom, 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 boom. And here we are. So, the Monkey's endless squabbling is exhausting my patience.
Your
So,
job here is done.
you've got a whole squadron over here and a repel thing here. Enemies will continuously come down through this until you destroy it. Then all the way on the other side, you got another army over here, same deal. So you basically have to split up your squad in order to try and deal with this. So I will cog, you're gonna definitely be down here. And I'm gonna put the medic with you. And I guess he'll go with you all as well. Whoops, no, medic with you. And my officer will come over here with you all. And that means the Larthier Company are gonna come over here. Oh, and how can I forget? There's gonna be a gunship periodically firing on you and doing crazy things as well. Yeah, oh yeah, super crazy. I didn't see any officer companions, so pick officer for your run. What's up, Alex? Oh, you picked up the beta today? There are officer companions, but they're all in the palace area, and most likely the first area you'll go to is Manus Forum Sectoris. You could come to the palace area first, but the Lord Inquisitor specifically tells you go to Sectoris first, so it'll probably be a while before you get your first officer. So yeah, I guess he'll get a little bit closer, and then we do want her to be able to get in melee, so I guess she'll come over here. I kind of feel like these guys will have a problem, but I guess it's going to be a problem either way. Can you save here? Yes, you can. Let's do that. It's a lot. I gave up on unfair for this fight and went on easy mode. I might do the same thing. I'm telling y'all that right now. I'm going to try it out on just normal, but I am not afraid to turn this all the way down to story, because this is definitely one of those fights that, in my opinion, is not balanced properly. Not even because of how many enemies are here, but just straight up, the fight is just not balanced well. All right. So first we have our medic, and she's actually built for nonsense. So is this a good spot for her? She can get here. Hold on. She can get all of yous in there. That's pretty freaking nice. 43, 46 is what she's doing. So actually, I feel like I probably want more y'all in there, huh? 31, all of you, not bad. Except here, 30% more range damage to enemies that are inside her influence. So actually, that doesn't really help her, but I turn it on anyway, so whatever. Because she's going to do more damage to a bunch of people she was already doing crazy damage to. But yeah, I'll blow all y'all up. There we go. And then she'll come behind here. The question becomes, who's going to break his concentration? Yep, his armor's being shredded, of course.
Ready to fight again.
You do have a grenade. I'm not sure if you're able to use it from this distance, though. You can't, and I don't have a way to give you more, so there's nothing I can do for that.
It will be done.
Give you this. Give you this. And then give you this.
Following the plan.
Okay. And then why couldn't I charge over there? That's too much movement? That's interesting. I could do that, but I kind of would like it if I could reduce the damage of all of them. You know, this kind of feels like a waste, but he's getting low on arm. Oh, crap. I screwed that up anyway. Damn. I didn't think that through. I was thinking I would do that and then add more armor, but no. This music gives me PTSD now. This fight isn't worth the headache. Unironically, the only fight Hamar would shine. Yeah, if his stuff worked right, he would shine here. Not very good at optimizing my character, so for me, having easy time more normal and road trader right now is a win in your eyes. Hey, do whatever works for you. That is always the right decision. Do whatever is going to make you feel good and works for you. I'm very, very big on that. All right, legs injured. And here we go. I barely had, oh yeah, dude back there is firing and going crazy, and then consequently it is he's really decimating. Yeah, Larthier's already almost destroyed. Like, come on, man, what am I supposed to do about this? Here, give him a little bit of this. We'll demoralize y'all more in a minute. What am I going to get if I give him an extra turn? Probably a whole lot of nothing. I cannot get both people that I need to lose concentration, so we'll do this. That'll help. And then yeah, well, I'll give you this, so at least you can, you can't even give yourself, you don't even have the ability to give yourself armor. That's interesting. Who's the sniper? The sniper is all the way over there. You can't do anything about that. Then we got a soldier, then we got the lieutenant all the way over there. Then this lieutenant who's gonna give some inspiration. No, sir, I don't want that. You can chill out on that. Here, we'll do that. Give himself some of this, and then he will be even closer and ready for whatever. And that's about as good as it's gonna get for right now. Yeah, she can't really do much of anything. Let's do melee. Actually, no, we want to have more defense against ranged attacks because that's what most of them are doing. And she'll ironically provide a little cover, I guess. Feel like this combat could work if it was more balanced, but also split into sections. Yep, I agree. That's why I'm looking forward to it, but I definitely feel like there's some areas they got to improve. And I'm confident they will improve it. Just got to give it time. Just got to give it time. All right, the shield of the Emperor. He's the one she really should have given the extra turn to. Now that I think about it, you got shield of the Emperor on, and you know what? You're gonna get a little closer, so get them in there. Yep, 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 and then you can get all of them or also demolish him, but we're not worried about demolishing him because that will happen on its own. There we go. We'll do that. And then, let's see, machine gunner. You're probably someone I don't want doing anything, so let's go ahead and have you chill out. And that's that. What's up, Moonlight? How are you? Let's see. You could heal yourself, but you got other things you need to do. Sniper over there, sniper over there, machine. Okay, so this guy is about to go next. We will put him on ice. And then after that, soldier back there. Then there's a lieutenant up here. Okay, so this is the guy we probably should go ahead and deal with. So let's come up here. And then what's the deal? If I hit you in the neck, 85% chance. There we go. I like those odds. And then we'll need you to come up faster. Damn, he kind of needs to heal. But I'm not gonna worry about it because it's not gonna matter if we don't start getting some of these guys up out of here. So I'm going to go for, actually here, I guess we could go for the gusto. There we go. 2310, so you're gonna take 30 damage, but it's still not gonna be enough. Interesting. And then we'll come all the way over here because next up I'm gonna want you to deal with this. And then, you know what? You can also be, get the ability to run wherever you want. And you might need this as well. You are probably just going to charge to wherever you want. Actually, you could have used that because good Lord. All right. That wasn't cool. All right, now, oh, you got a heroic act? Well, you know what? Now that I think about it, you should use that heroic act here and take this thing out. Yep. Yep, that's nice. And now we take this. Beautiful. And then we'll get a little bit more. And that'll have to do. All right, progress. I played this fight with simply win. Skill issue. I'll keep it in mind. And look at that. Because we didn't take that one out yet, more guys come down. Very annoying guys at that. Oh, and one of the guys, did my officer just go down? I think he just rappelled down. Have my officer even taken any damage? I think he killed my officer in like one go. Which, as you can imagine, is rather frustrating. Let's do that. Cutout Sorrow ends up being the Demonos companion. He's almost as bland as Hamar right now. I think he's bland to some degree though because of his lack of voice acting. His Spanish voice acting in the trailer is amazing. But I agree with you, without the voice acting, he comes off as super blasé. Like I could definitely do without him. All right, she could do that, and she could run back over. You know what? Could she get behind? Yeah, you know what? I guess it is worth it. Oh, that's right. She can do this for free, but she can't heal for free. Yeah, she needs it more because she's got less armor. So, let's take it. You fight Navy SEALs in this fight, right, Angelo? One shot for full health, exactly. This fight is not, and this is on normal. I'm not on hard or anything like that. This is on regular old normal. So imagine what this would be like if I was on hard, which is 2 levels higher than normal. I've done this fight on hard. Not fun. Not enjoyable. Not enjoyable in the least. All right, now we got Aspis. Aspis is going to give you voice of command. And then actually, yeah, she's going to go ahead and give you an extra turn. Because she knows with that extra turn, you have the ability to go kind of crazy. And actually, we'll do this. And then we'll do this. I like that. Like that, like that, like that. Even though we almost got a 20 veil degradation, still I'll take it. Yep. Let's see. 316, good Lord. What about this? How do you feel about this? 27 damage, not bad. And then she still can attack with the other one. 316. That's also 316. So fine, we'll do that. Oh, she's missing an ability. I just realized that. Where is her disdainful stare? And yep, that will send you all's stuff crating a little further, like that. And then, you know, we'll give you a little bit more of that. And let's do it. And our boy right at the beta version, wait for full release, see if people are dull. There's a case to be made for that for sure. All right, here comes Sorrow. You two are broken. I'm not even gonna worry about you all right now. What I really don't want is more people to come to rappel down here. So let's do some of this. And is that enough? Almost. You got one left, so he'll deal with that. I'm not worried about that too much. And then, oh, I did summon a demon, unfortunately, but I'm gonna stun her. There we go. And I summoned another demon when I did that, but it is what it is. Can't make an omelet. There we go. All right. And the demons will attack some of these folks too anyway, so, ooh, but they don't have to. All right, he's got toxin on him. And that was all deeply unfortunate. Interesting. You. That didn't work. Very unfortunate as well. This is just not going well for me. But there's some progress at least. He's probably about to die. Overwhelmed with all the choices, I lack patience. I am trying, so that is something. Absolutely. Everybody doesn't need to be a maestro when it comes to the builds. Some of that Plague Bear and Blue R2. Let's get the full roster in. Hey, I'll do what I can. I'll try. I'll give it the old 1-2. All right, he doesn't really have a... well, you know what? Kind of feels like maybe he does have a choice. Boom, 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 boom. Yeah, sure, we'll take this. So yeah, a little bit of that, and yeah, he's gotta take this because he doesn't have much more health left. And then that, and that'll have to do. All right. All right, now you're here. What if she does this? Still only you. Still wouldn't get there. How far out could she go? She could come over here. He really needs a heal, but he needs her to kill these guys more, so I'm gonna go with that. Could do that. This is 67, 93. Yeah. I can't get. Okay, yeah, there's no way to get the two of them here in the same go. So let's do that. Move difficulty curve. What up, Billy? How are you, dude? Try not to hop in these trains because I want to play blind, but damn, I'm tempted. My week has been good, man. Yep, they're about to give Cog the business. All right. Oh, look at Sorrow. Oh, she's in really bad shape. To be honest with you, I think she'll let The demons play together. You get to running. Oh, no, no, no! Why would he choose? It's ridiculous that's the route he chose. Come on, man. She can... I thought... Through the cover? Okay, whatever, man. Whatever. I'm pretty sure I'm gonna have to redo this no matter what anyway. Sucks. Why not? Why not? Yeah, that's what I want. We're gonna walk away and let them do what they're gonna do. Ooh. I don't know why he automatically put up a dome, but I'm good with it. You're doing your thing over there. You have got to chill out. I don't like it. Don't like it at all. You know what? Much to his dismay. Here. I can't just let you come up on my party. Like, I'm gonna have to do something about you. There we go. And then, can I fit y'all in? I wanted to fit all of y'all in the same bucket, but I can't. So I'll just do this to you. Oh, sorrow is amazing. And here we are, round 4. I thought it was round 5 where he comes. So not only do you have to do all of that, did they kill? They kill Cog. All right, yep. I'm definitely doing this on easy. I'm not gonna bother with this. Let's see. Oh, that only restores 11 wounds to her right now. Look, that's not even gonna help. So here, because she's gonna get all those wounds only for them to take them right back anyway. Yeah, I love how insane the fight is, but it's just not balanced properly. But they'll get it there. They will get it there. Yep, she went down. That's figured as much. And of course, me summoning demons kind of doesn't help. So yeah, on top of everything else, a boss comes in, the Commissar. Human, 300 wounds, 166 armor. He's got a whole bunch of crazy things he can do. Just bad situation all the way around. Bad situation all the way around. I really want to let the demon just have its way with them, but Sorrow doesn't have a way to run more. So at the end of the day, something's got to be done. What does this do again? It just increases veil degradation, which I don't need. Actually, can I knock you out? 65%? I'll take the chance. Nope, didn't do it. No problem. No problem, but we can do this. There we go. Kind of funny to be saying this, but I actually hope I summon another demon, because that would probably be useful right about now. And that's all she wrote. Is it even possible in the hardest difficulty? It's possible. Revan said he did it. Revan made it happen. All right. Little last save. Boom. And when we get the full version of the game, I do want to overcome it on hard, but we'll see. All right, but that's not going to be today. I am not at all convinced that this is done properly. So we're going all the way with it. No damage on them, no modifier, party damage all the way, positive morale, thank you. We're taking all that, thank you very much. I do not care. Okay, that, and y'all there, fine, let's do it. And to be honest with you, even on the hardest, even on the easiest difficulty, this fight is annoying as all hell. All right, now. Yeah, she still doesn't have grenades at the end of the day. How can you not love Rogue Trader? Yep, we'll take that. Beautiful. Beautiful. She'll come over here in anticipation. Riot's writing oscillated in quality quite a bit, especially when companions were concerned.
Ready to fight again. Come what may.
Let's see. This is just his regular turn and it wasn't enough to get out of this area? Oh, maybe that's what happened to him last time. Did he get obliterated by the gunship? Because he couldn't get out of that area? I don't know. Here. Oh, actually, she's already got heroic options. So here, let's just do that. And there we go. And first she'll do this. Good enough. All right. Yep, broken. Just the way we like you. And then we'll do... that's only 44, so I'm gonna need you to do it twice, please. Oh, crap. She can't, she's not close enough? So wait, what is she uses this instead? That's, oh, that's enough just straight up. Okay, no need to double up on it. There we go. All right. And then, you can give herself a little more defense. What do you do for work full time? I am a disruptions communications manager. So basically, if an issue occurs that prevents associates from being able to service customers, I'm responsible for assessing the situation and figuring out how to communicate that issue to the enterprise so people can figure out what to do about it. Oh, no. Where's Sorrow? Here we go. Heroic. And it makes sense, you're too far away. There we go. Killing your own people, that's what I like. I like it. I like it. Keep doing that. Alright, she can move. So once she gets up over here, she's gonna give both of us some morale, and then she's gonna give you an extra turn. Do you not have line of sight? That'd be annoying. Nope, you're good. And you got enough for that. That works. And then, you could do that, but no, we're gonna leave that alone. So then she's here. And then she's gonna do a little some of that to you. And then some of that to y'all. I didn't pay attention to how much it would actually do. Oh, hold on. She is missing her disdainful stare. There we go. But unfortunately, none of them were within range for her disdainful stare. You're the one that I want coming down the most, but oh well. It's a shame grenades aren't that useful in the beta, especially with the cost in AP. Yeah, I keep saying I feel like they need to bring the Grenadier ability back. I think that would be really, really cool in this game. Chicken, bacon, and onion sandwich. McDonald's used to have a chicken, bacon, and onion sandwich? I apparently missed that boat. Don't remember this at all. Y'all are so perfectly lined up for all this. I really do appreciate it. I don't know what else to say. Just all kinds of broken, ain't you? Let's bring this veil degradation back down some, because we don't need our good work being undone. Why'd it go back up to 13? It should have went down. I clicked on this. It should have went down. All right, whatever. Here. Doesn't this decrease it? No, it doesn't decrease it by 1. Okay. Does this do any damage to you? Nope, it doesn't. Can I get any oh, that's the ship. Yeah. That's fine. I can't get to any of y'all. I could do that, but you know what? Put a dome right here, because we know we're gonna need it when old boy starts coming around. Grenadier on Hamar with his unlimited grenades. I've said that multiple times. It's called CBO, and it was amazing. Yeah, I have no memory of that whatsoever. No memory of that whatsoever. Here. Yeah, you could do your thing. Actually, wait. Are made right here. Okay. How far can I get? This is as good as it's gonna get. All right, fine. Okay, I'll take it. And I could kill you, but what for? There's no point in that. May all attacks against the Wayseeker and allies. Let's do that. And all right, we'll chill out there. And he will come over to you. Does he need more armor? He does not. So come down here. He's just a weirdly kitted character all the way around. Yep, he needs some work. Definitely think he needs some work. He could be great, but need to give him a little bit more love. Little more love. All right.
I'm not.
Oh yeah, that's right. My officer got hit, unfortunately. Master Acolyte, our Hydra will soon be ready. If you draw the Valkyrie's fire, he can bring it down. Yeah, that's awesome. Okay. Oh, you're not dead? Here. Now you are. Come on now. We'll come here.
This will have to suffice. Don't waste this opportunity. A calculated risk.
You.
Will be done.
There we go. We're all ready. Excellent. And then Not sure I might like they pushed the heavy weapon angle on them either. I would have liked the choice of other guns when I feel like I'm missing out. I'm okay with that because it makes them very, very distinctive, considering that heavy weapons were rather difficult to get in Rogue Trader. The fact that he could use it from the jump makes it seem like, all right, this guy has something interesting going on. So that part I'm okay with. But other aspects of this build, I'm like, what what was the thinking here?
Materium seeds!
No, it doesn't. They don't care about anything Larthier is doing. Stop lying on that man. All right. And now finally, yep, Cog will come over. And nope, can't do that, but he is missing some armor. Let's get some of that going. All right, now she will chill out over here. Wait, will she? Yeah. That's fine. She's good with that. And then you
making haste.
Chill out over here. That's fine. And then you, where can you go? What can I run to? Got heavy guns pretty quick in your Road Trader playthrough? Usually I don't get heavy guns until like my second or third, until I've gotten into my second archetype. There we go, bring that down some. And you could run somewhere, but what for? We're just gonna chill. You're gonna come right over here, that's fine. And again.
Guard your body and your mind.
There we go. Where he's gonna get Succubus and Terabate residents at Aqueduct Affair. It's 40 AC. Yeah. Yep. Sounds all too familiar. Ain't no way. Ain't no way. Are you full up on armor? You are. Is there anything else I need to do for you? I don't think so. We just gotta chill. Are there any heavy weapons in Act 1? The Heretic Astartes. Beautiful. Oh, great. So he's about to fire all through there? Interesting. Doesn't feel like what should happen, but okay. So that's the commissar, right? Yeah, she'll come over here. Took the heavy gunner archetype on the first companion. Well, here, there's this, but then let's do that. Nope. Well, actually, here, if you took that, I like the way that would work out. Works for me. And then, oh wait, actually, let's do this again. It's a double up this time. And this is only one, so let's turn that. Oh crap, that's not gonna work. He's outside of her area of influence. That's not gonna work, so instead let's do that. And bam. Excellent. And then we'll come on the outside here so that she does not end up getting obliterated. And good turn, good turn.
Your job here is done.
Scintilla shall not belong to the betrayers of humanity. This one seems to give you everything more or less off the bat. Yep, I agree. I kind of like it. A lot of mechanics when it comes to aiming at specific body parts. Yeah, the precise attacks. I think those are super, super cool. Super, super cool. Let's see. Finest hour heroic act. You know what? I'm gonna give you an extra turn. And then you actually here, how much damage would that do? Oh, yep, you're already good. Beautiful. And the machine gunner is doing something. Oh, he's broken. Beautiful. He's like, oh snap, Commissar went down? That can't be good. And now it's the airship is not coming for us anymore. I'll take that. And then can you come over here? Yep, looks like it. And now we can make it clear we are bitter enemies, always will be. And then bop, nothing that a little boop on the head won't help. And then you are invisible to me, right? Yep, you are. So I'm gonna go with Cog again. And there we go. Glad that worked. It doesn't always work for whatever reason. And here we are. Excellent. Critical Role live yesterday, so I was going to talk about chicken bacon and onion sandwich. It was funny. Like, Vox channel restored. Executing relay from the vessel verdict. Commander, you're alive? Praise the God Emperor. I've been trying to contact you for an eternity, but this grok shit piece of scrap refused to accept my request. Are you injured? It's absolute mayhem out here. What happened when our communication was cut off? I was just about to put the verdict in the hangar when I encountered the welcoming delegation. Those traitors must have blocked all the communication channels. They spotted me and immediately began shooting. I barely managed to pull the gun cutter out of the line of fire. While they were busy with me, a whole mob of Fusiliers swarmed in, and that's when the real brawl started. And then the Lord Calixtus himself appeared ahead of the guest. I have to say, the governor is formidable. He clearly knows more about battle than just which end of a bolter to hold. Has anyone seen Inquisitor Rathbone? I saw her in the company of the governor and the guard. She must have blended in with the guest after that. There's no need to worry about the Inquisitor. She will definitely outlive us all. The pilot's mute embarrassment is palpable through the static. Just don't tell her I said that. It appears those are the very apostates we were sent to expose. Oh, that's right. You were supposed to verify their existence on heretical nature, weren't you? Well then, how considerate of the attackers to stage their raid just a few minutes before you left the palace. At least this way you, shall we say, participated in repelling the attack? Otherwise, it would have been rather awkward. This is the most shameful, crude, and intellectually bereft assassination attempt I have ever witnessed. Considering all the circumstances we have observed, I am surprised the attackers did not employ a virus bomb. We did good, right, Commander? It seems that amid the events in the chapel, we somewhat forgot the original purpose that brought us to the spires of Sibelius in the first place. Sorrow clears his throat awkwardly. By the will of the God Emperor, we have fulfilled the Tiratine Cabal's command. Larthier meticulously brushes Rock Creek dust and glass shards from his armor before saying dryly, as I thought, it was foolish to expect elegance from the Monkey, especially in their approach to murder. The Acolyte's hypothesis has been entered into the data crypt under the designation most probable. Mission status updated. The war band is to report to the Bastion Serpentis for a personal report to the Lord Inquisitor. What's the situation outside? The Fusiliers have cleared us a path. If we want to depart, it has to be now while the sky is still clear. This is not our war, Commander. Is that the Acolyte? You hear static, and then a stifled groan from the pilot before the voice of Lord General Doom resounds from the speaker. Acolyte, do you hear me? A large force of traitors is headed your way. I am deploying reinforcements to the spires, and I advise you to withdraw. You can't put up much of a fight on your own. Thank you for the warning, Lord General. The pilot's voice breaks through the static and addresses you once more. You heard her, Commander. We should get out. The verdict is ready for takeoff. Warband. Status? Aside from the diminished morale resulting from having to observe such disgraceful specimens of humanity, all is in order. Epione does not specify which individual she is referring to. Please, slandered. I have weathered far worse than this. Cog lets out a booming, satisfied chuckle. Ho, 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 I'm all right. Very all right. A good scrap that was, I thinks. May his righteous find sanctuary in faith. Cyril smiles at you. I will offer gratitude to the God Emperor for our deliverance once I am within the chapel on the verdict. I grow wary of maintaining the curtain that conceals me from unwanted witnesses. If your affairs here are concluded, it is time for us to depart. Address Aspis. How did you enjoy your participation in my investigation? I confess this was rather charming. The rogue trader thoughtfully plucked shards of glass from her towering hairstyle. All this amusing commotion with interrogations, accusations, Valkyries arriving from out of nowhere. I would remain with you a while longer, Acolyte, at least until my seneschal mutinies from anxiety over my safety, or until the warp allows the implacable flame to depart Scintilla. I would consider it an honor if you joined my warband. Wonderful! Aspid smiles in a serpentine manner. I trust your further exploits will not make me regret forsaking the dreary receptions of the Lucid Palace. I see. Haas, we're leaving. This is where we part ways. I have unfinished business in the palace, and the Lord Inquisitor awaits your report. The former interrogator is silent for a time, then gives a short nod. Working together once more was a sensible decision. It will be done, Commander. Found a commercial for the sandwich online from 60 years ago? Crazy. What's up, Alex? Yeah, the full release will be all voice acted. Slater for voice acting work. Hey, I'd be down for it. I'd be down for it. I like the fight against the evil crystal. I did have to take a look at the Alcard Discord to get tips on how to do it. And turns out I was making the fight more difficult for yourself. Yeah, you could just turn when it's about to use those bodies. You could just stand behind it to ensure that all of them hit the crystal instead of you, or as many of them hit the crystal as possible. Abelard must sympathize with a seneschal. Ooh, look at all these bodies. Rough, 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 rough. And I hate that they won't let you loot those bodies over there. That's so not cool. So not cool. But, oh, I guess they let you loot after the fact? Cool. All right, you all. I think that's a good place to stop. Great fight. Very, very intense fight. I figured I might have to turn the difficulty down for it. Not ashamed at all. Put it back up to normal now. I do plan to be on tomorrow evening. I have to take my daughter to see Mandalorian, but other than that, I plan to stop through. So I hope all of you enjoyed this stream, and I will see you in the next one. Take care. What's up, Scott? Appreciate you, man. Appreciate all of you all stopping through. I hope you have a great evening. You two top balls, have a great night, man. Night, Jeremy. Hey, is this beta released the full game? Nope, it's just Act 1. It's just Act 1 of the game. Thought at first I had to target the bodies. I was about to throw the weakened shield. Nope. Turns out I could just go straight for it. Yep, you just make a straight run for the crystal. That's the best way to do it. That's the best alternative. Or rather, the best option. Night, Geo. You all take care. Appreciate you stopping through. Have a good night.